Okay, hello guys. Welcome. We got a lot of stuff to do in this stream because we're going to be going over. Actually, one second. Make sure my good. Okay, yeah, we got a lot of stuff to do in this stream because we're going over the second of the Code Geass recap films. One thing you'll note is that I think I fixed the auto focus on my camera. As you guys know, it's been plaguing my streams the last couple, so I think it's fixed now. So better not be acting. I'm purposely moving crazily just to show you that it's not auto focusing. If you guys remember last week, it was going in and out. Okay, so there's that. Now, because this film is extremely long and there is a lot to talk about, I'm going to have a timer, and every 30 minutes I'm going to stop and read comments because otherwise I'll never get to you guys' comments until probably hours later, and by then I'll miss the context, which is very important because you guys leave comments about a specific thing I said, and oftentimes I don't remember what it was, which is frustrating. But there is that. One other thing I want to mention before I get started with this particular topic, and that is Lost Stories, as you guys know, is coming out next week. So not this week, but the week after, the 17th. I have tried to install it on my BlueStack player. I tried LDB player, which I didn't know existed until this morning, and I got compatibility issues. So I believe this is an issue on the game side, not on any of the players I have. I was able to get it working, well, not working, but I can get it on their DMM player. So worst case scenario, I'll have to use a DMM player and a screen translator when I play the game. Best case scenario, maybe when the game comes out officially, they'll fix the compatibility stuff. I don't know. Either way, you'll have some kind of gameplay footage for the release of the game. Okay, so with that out of the way, let's get into this film. Now, when I was watching this movie for the sorry about that, I think my books fell on me. Hold on. Yeah, they did. See, I got destroyed by my own books. My bad. Okay. Sorry about that. Where was I? Okay. Now, so the thing about these movies, I was watching them again, particularly this one, is that this film is, to say it's horrible would be kind of understatement. Like, I get what they were trying to do, and I understand the point was to condense Code Geass, the original series, into 3 films. And they skip stuff out, they replace certain dialogue. The problem is there was a lot of foresight they didn't anticipate because I didn't realize this the first time I watched this film, second or even third time, but this is my fourth time going through it. How many times in a story where they say something that wasn't quantified because the quantified part was removed from the story? We'll get into more examples as throughout this stream. But the point is, like, they clearly messed up with this movie, and it made me think, why didn't they just do 4 films and then Resurrections? You'd have. Hold on, I gotta. Sorry, one second. All right, sorry about that. You're not supposed to go on your phone during a stream. Only interruptions. Okay, so what was I saying? So they should have made 4 films. The first 2 would have gone over all of R1. The next 2 would have gone over all of R2, and you wouldn't have had all this skipping around and cutting things out and trying to make sense of stuff. I mean, Code Geass, for better or for worse, is a really tightly knit story, and you can't just remove stuff and try your best to explain it through a one scene of dialogue or trying to piece together different images. It wasn't handled well, and you're going to see that as we go through the stream here. But yeah, they should have made 4 films. I'm not sure why they wouldn't. My only thought was they were trying to copy Evangelion because they have 3 films too, and then the new one that came out last year, I believe. So I don't know why they wouldn't have done the same thing for Code. I mean, why they could have done something different. It needed 4 films. You got 50 episodes, a lot of plot threads, and they screwed it up. So there is that. Okay, let's begin now with the opening of this film. So the film starts, and you see Suzaku's face, and the reason why is because he is promoted to a the Knight of Euphemia. That's the scene you're watching here because of his deeds. The reason why this scene exists, actually, I'll just go to here. The reason why this scene exists is because, as you know, they didn't show the entire museum scene where Euphemia makes Suzaku the knight where she appoints him. So they had to find some way to include it in the. They wanted to include the part, and they did it this way. This film has a terrible track record, or I'm not sure it's terrible, but the film will cut out parts. It will then introduce a new scene. The new scene will have a bunch of dialogue, not deposition. That's not, whatever the term is. They'll throw a bunch of stuff at you to try to explain a bunch of stuff that was skipped out of the film or out of the anime for the film. I don't know if that was the best approach in all cases, but it's very common in this movie, and at some points, not done well at all. Because again, here he's being appointed now as the Knight of Yuffie because she didn't do it herself for whatever reason. Then we see a scene of Lelouch going down on this device. Wait 1 second. Make sure to miss anything. I wrote a lot of notes for this, by the way. Okay, cool. So we have Lelouch going down on this device here, and the purpose is just to have him talk about how he's going to deal with Suzaku. He wants to maybe get him to come to his side by leveraging that he knows that he killed his father. If you guys don't remember, in the previous film, he learned about this through when Situ touched Suzaku and Narita. Well, she didn't touch him. She touched the nightmare friend, the Lancelot. Lelouch touched her. Instead of learning about her past, he learned about his past. That was their way of showing the information without Mao in the story. And by the way, not having Mao in this story really hurt. There are so many parts where you're thinking, that doesn't make sense because if Mao was in the story, then you can't say that because Mao didn't introduce that concept to you. And I'll show you what I mean as we go throughout. But so Lucia's saying I could leverage it against Suzaku, the fact that he killed his father to end the war. Something very important too. I've mentioned this ad nauseum, but there's a part where he says he might have done it for my and Nellie's sake. I think it's me and Nellie's sake. Could have been a translation error. Doesn't matter. The point is, this brings up something in the manga, not manga. The I think it was the picture drama, audio drama, where Genbu was going to marry Nellie for political reasons. So Lelouch was implying here that Suzaku might have killed his father to save Lelouch and Nellie from that whole political arranged marriage thing. That's my only interpretation for why he brings that up. And I think that's great, too, to bring in more lore into the story. But they're very, you'll see, wishy-washy on that. This is also about how Lelouch has been escaping from Ashford, putting the helmet on F-Zero, and going into various missions. And I believe the reason that shows as well is because if you guys remember, when he was with Mao, or I'm sorry, trying to stop Mao, he went through this secret exit for the elevator. He hacked it, and Suzaku was like, "Oh, this is how you've been escaping class." They don't have that in the this movie, by the way, so they have to show this scene to quantify that scene. There's a bunch of stuff like that in this movie. Then we see opening credits. It recaps basically everything from the first film, and it shows the ending images. I'll show what I mean in a second here, like these from the ending credits of each episode of Code Geass. So they show that here too, which is cool. Otherwise, nothing too crazy, and then the film goes in there. This is, by the way, I got this illegally, hence why there's a funny thing here. Anywho, so then it goes right in. By the way, we are, if you want to know what episode we're talking about here, this is stage 17. No, I'm sorry, 18. Stage 18. This is the part where Lelouch gives up all the organizational structure for the Black Knights, while Suzaku is being crowned by Yuffie as her knight. That's this whole scene here. He's getting all the position titles, everyone. Now, they have Colin, I believe. Did they cut her out here? I thought they had her note here at the point. I see they didn't get a position. I forgot the order. They cut out stuff here. I guess not. Okay. So one thing they cut out from this is that if you remember, Dieter tells Zero that, hey, we got to talk about something, and that's Suzaku. But the thing is, they had that conversation between Lelouch and C2 early on in the last film about how to handle Suzaku Kurorugi. Should they use Gyasa or not? And that conversation takes away everything else from this film. So basically, they have Lelouch and CT2 talk about using Geass on Suzaku earlier on, so we don't have to have Dtar discussing the handling of Suzaku in this point here. They also don't have the scene where Colin tries to kill Suzaku during his celebration festival because Dtar didn't even bring up the topic and he never talks to Colin about it. So they cut that whole part out of the story. Instead, we just have Lelouch giving out everyone their where they're going to be, the structure wise, who's in charge of this group. Like Colin will be head of the Zero Squad. So that's why you don't see Dtar saying, "Hey, we got to talk about something," because they cut it out of the film. They do of the story. Then we see this is the whole coordination scene. They didn't really change too much of this from what I remember. Again, I'll go back to my notes if I've missed anything. I don't want to spend too much time like going like this and that, because it's not very professional. But I believe that there's nothing really different from that one. Making sure real quick. After the ceremony is completed, they show the rest of the ceremony. We first see. Okay. Yeah, so the ceremony is the same. Nothing different there. This scene here where C2 gets no position, I believe that actually happened before the ceremony, not after, but they changed it up because they didn't want to have Dtar, again, asking Zero, you want to go deal with something. This is a new scene. I missed this, by the way. I'm heavily considering, since I made my whole video about the whole differences between the films and the anime and all that stuff, I still miss stuff. So I might actually make a sequel to that video where I go through even more stuff that I found, even more nuance and more reasons behind why they did what they did. Like you see this here, and this has happened several times in this video, or in this movie. They will have, how do I put this? If they need to get to a new scene, but that's not the actual order of events, meaning like we didn't go, like what's happening here is they're going from giving the positions to everyone to go to Shiken Island. In the original anime, that's not what happened. There was a whole conversation between Dtar about how they should handle Suzaku. There's an entire festival to celebrate him becoming the Knight of Yuffie. Then he eventually goes with Lloyd and Cecile to Shiken Island, and I believe while they're doing that, Lelouch discusses with the rest of his team that we're going to Shiken Island to capture Suzaku. We're not going to kill him. So because they're not going to show you all that stuff, they got to still transition from this to the next scene. So the approach they took was to have like a brand new scene to kind of connect the 2 points. They do that a lot in this film. So this purpose of this little thing here is just to get us from giving everyone their new positions to going to Shiken Island to take out Suzaku. And then this part here, you see there's a some dialogue. This was not in the original anime. It just to, again, save time a little bit. They have this dialogue kind of rolling as we see Euphemia with Suzaku. But again, they didn't show any of this. This is not actually in the anime. They added the stuff here. So he doesn't have to actually talk to them in front like in the original anime. Hopefully that makes sense. Again, there's a lot of like moving parts here. Then we have this scene of Charles talking to his druid. I think that's what they're called, about Schneizel. This happened way before this scene. For some reason, they included it after. Again, there's a lot of that, a lot of moving stuff around too. Then we immediately cut to the battlefield, and then while Toto is doing his thing, we see, Tommy's taken out by the Lancelot. Now, the reason why this is important is because they cut out the entire part where, what was it? Yuffie hears about what's going on. They say, hey, there's terrorist actions, and they send Suzaku into battle, and Yuffie's like, go in there, and when you go in there, you're going to get rid of all the rumors people have about you, that you obviously are not loyal to us, and whatever that crap is. At this point, I'm not sure why those rumors even exist, but there you go. They skip all that, and we go right to Suzaku just battling the Black Knights. I have no issues with this, although I kind of would have liked it if they had actually shown the scene of Yuffie sending Suzaku into battle. One problem I don't like about this film is that there are two relationships that are developing throughout this time. You have Valletta and Dtar, and you have Suzaku and Euphemia. The problem is you don't show too much of either, so when you have like those big pivotal scenes, it doesn't work as well as it could have because the buildup just isn't there. One easy example, we're not at that point yet, but they cut out the entire scene when Euphemia and Suzaku become an official couple in the story. I don't know why they did that. You could have had them theoretically just have a scene where, okay, You can make it out of context, even make a brand new scene if you want to, of just them saying, "Hey, I like you, you like me, let's be a couple." I mean, I know that sounds cheesy and lame cheesy, lame, and simple, but anything would be better than nothing. You can't just remove scenes from the story and then expect to have the same impact as it did in the original anime when shit gets real. And that's the problem with this film. They just kind of cut things out without realizing the ramifications of said action. So anyhow, back to the actual film itself. So Suzaku comes in there. He chases Lelouch, of course. They go into the Geffen Disturber. The same basic conversation is occurring here. Again, they can't hear what's going on because it's occurred is I believe it's like interfering with the signal. Lelouch talks to Suzaku about, again, what happened before, how he wants to give Japan the ability to either surrender or fight because he took it away from them when he killed his father. Now, in this case, the reason why Lelouch knows about what happened to his father is because of the using C2's through C2 touching Suzaku. And Narita, since Mao's not in the story, so that's how they kind of explain that away. Colin is, of course, she tries to save Lelouch because Suzaku is told, "Hey, hold 0 in place, and when we fire the missiles, you'll kill everyone." And which is pretty much what happened in the original anime as well. Colin she goes to the Geffen Disturber, her Naira frame gets disabled, she tries to run in there. We then see the Albion something else. That's the next version of Lancelot, or the best version told the movie. Anyhow, so the big change we get here is Anya's entrance into the story, and the reason why she is because, this is just my theory, I don't know for sure, but apparently the Mordred is used here because the Gawain wasn't really fully activated, and the reason why it wasn't fully activated is because, if you remember, when Lelouch steals it from Schneizo and he's going down that ramp before he flies away right in the cave in Kamen Island, he fires it off, but it doesn't work. So my assumption was that the Gawain was inconsistent in its Hadra Cannon functionality. So if you bring Anya into the story, you don't have to deal with that, since it also happens to have a Star Hadra Cannon blast. One side note, I already saw it, I should address right away. I meant Valletta and Ogi. I don't know why I said D-Tard. That's a strange combination. Thanks for the correction there. Okay. I was like, ooh, that's wrong. Back to this, though. So the Mordred is there to replace the Ghislaine. That's my assumption. Why? Also, bringing on into the story, I guess, makes sense because she does have some kind of connection to Geass, of course, and Charles and Marianne. So they must have figured, hey, let's bring her into the story here. It can't hurt. And from my point of view, bringing that set around early on to the story should have been like the initial, I guess, not point, direction they should have gone with, because having that set around in the original anime, they rushed it horribly. So I'm glad they decided to fix that problem at least. Now, Kamen Island is not in this movie. They cut out the entire story. So what they do instead, again, transition scene. A new transition scene to kind of get us from point A to point B. What's it this time? We see Suzaku responding to the command to live. We see a new scene of the Avalon with the spot that they were supposed to fire on. They escape. Then we see Shinaizo talking to Anya about to pursue them. And he's like, don't worry about it. And she said she's actually supposed to go to Kamen Island to protect it, which makes sense because Kamen Island is the source of all the Geass stuff happening. So they're making Kamen Island important, but not for the events of the original anime where Yuffie, Colin, Suzaku, and Lelouch were on there. And by the way, I forgot to mention, you don't see Euphemia. I'm not sure if you see. She doesn't actually appear anytime in this situation. If you guys remember, Euphemia stole a Nightmare Frame to go down there to save Suzaku Kurorugi. Well, in this movie, they took her part out of there because she doesn't go there anyway. So makes sense. You don't have to include it if it doesn't happen. Like even like the possibility of it happening. Of course, Colin going down there too is kind of weird, but we'll get to that later. So there is that. Now, after Suzaku this is a brand new scene, by the way. So Suzaku is out in the middle of nowhere, who knows? And apparently they find him in the submarine. They locate him. He's in the middle of the forest somewhere. So basically, when he was firing off his the Varus cannon, he for some reason went into the forest to try to live. Again, I'm not sure why he would have done that. But Suzaku was kind of crazy, so who knows? They reversed the situation here. So in the original anime, you have Lelouch piloting the Gwain with Colin riding on it. In this version, Colin rides the Gurren, and Lelouch rides on as a passenger. They reversed it here. I don't have any complaints about it. It's how they escape. Lelouch contemplates why this was done. And this is kind of important too because one of the parts in turn 17 that kind of bugged me was that Schneisel had suspected that Lelouch and Suzaku had some kind of connection, or Zero and Suzaku had some kind of connection. And the reason why, I guess, is because they played favoritisms with him. And what they point out in this scene and the next one is that there is this idea that Schneisel has that they must have some kind of connection, and Lelouch is thinking that might be why they brought Suzaku into this to see how he would respond. And it's even quantified because if you see here, we have Schneisel talking to Cannon. This is, by the way, one of those scenes where they throw a lot of exposition at you. That's the word, by the way. They throw a bunch of exposition at you in front of like a new scene to try to connect all the points, even though they could have had this in... They could have spread it out a little more, but they got to rush, and get this stuff out to you immediately, so they don't have time for it. So they got to throw a bunch of stuff at you. Like, you see how there's a common island team. They go there to check it out because of the ruins, and how Shaz is like, I wish Charles would pay attention more to reality than this weird, fictional thing he's into. They also mentioned how, are you going to punish Suzaku? And he was saying no, because, well, I don't want my sister to berate me. I also, what was the other one? There's another reason too. I forgot exactly what it was. Because he wasn't a spy. Oh, that's right. So he wasn't going to punish him because he was a spy, which is true, because I don't think Schneisel thought... That was a loaded sentence. I don't think that Schneisel thought that he considered Suzaku to be a spy. That is not how he should have worded that. But you know what I'm saying? What he thought was they had some kind of connection. So if he was to arrest Suzaku now, he couldn't get Lelouch again, or Zero. So he figures he could use Suzaku again to capture Lelouch, which is what happens, by the way, later on in the story. So that was my thought on that. Also, I show you this photo of the family. The only significance of this, besides the fact that it's the family, is Maribel is here. If you guys don't know, Maribel is from Oz the Reflection, and they include a lot of that references into these films, and Akito as well. I am kind of baffled, though, as to why they didn't just animate Oz the Reflection instead of doing these like small winks and nods, if you will. It's a little strange, but that's what they decided to go with. I don't know. I just don't know. Make sure to miss anything as I go through these notes here. Okay. I believe I didn't see anything else. I tossed a Schneisel. Okay, I think I got that one. Okay, they reveal the roles of Colin. Make sure to miss anything else. Ken says because he's a spy. We see Peter Royal family, so they want you to scold him. Okay, I think that's everything. All right, so that's the end of episode 18. We're now going on to episode 19. And this one starts off, you remember how the teacher was berating Suzaku and Lelouch for missing classes? There's one part that I'm still really confused about. We have Lelouch just staring at Suzaku for some reason in this new image. And I can kind of figure out why they added new stuff in the film through simple and sometimes complicated deductive reasoning. I have no idea what this adds to the story. I'm not sure, because he looks at him, he suspects him. I don't know. I'm awfully confused what the significance of this is. That image, by the way. We got a new scene where we have Lelouch talking to C2. This is, by the way, the thumbnail, in case you're wondering where it came from. And she's playing with her cheese coon. And during this time, they have a fun conversation about like what they're going to do next. What's really cute is that when she's playing with the cheese coon, I don't have the... see this? She's like playing with it. When Lelouch walks in, she does this, almost like she was embarrassed that she was playing to begin with. It's one of the cutest scenes in the movie. That's why I included it in the thumbnail. They talk about like what their plans are, and he also asks her about like Geass and stuff. And she's like, "Yep, I'm not telling you." A couple of reasons why they probably put this into the film that I can think of. One, we don't see C2 playing with Cheese-Kun much in the story at all. In fact, this is probably the first scene, even though she's had it for a while now. We also don't see C2 talking much in general about anything in the story. considering a lot's happened, specifically with like Shirley and Mao. But again, it doesn't happen in this film, so they got to find some way to just have them talk about stuff. It seems very forced and rushed, in my opinion. And they also discuss like their plans to stop Suzaku and stuff like that. But again, it's not well handled. They could have definitely done a lot better, especially when later on there's a part in the story where they could have brought that up here and they didn't, and I'll explain later on when we get there. All right, so if you guys remember, the Glane wasn't actually stolen by Lelouch on Common Island because Common Island is not in this story. So what happened? Well, apparently the Chinese Federation, I believe it was Indian actually, government, they stole the Glane. Now here's something I missed, and I've watched this story a bunch of times. I don't actually have the subtitles, but they said this was invented by the Zevon family, which, if you guys don't know, that's Alderaan and Orpheus's family, and they have an uncle, I believe, who's the wizard from Oz Reflection. Spoiler alert, I guess. So their family actually invented the Glane. Now, I've not actually read Oz Reflection to that extent, so I'm not sure if that's a retcon or if that's how it always was, but they're mentioning that apparently this Nightmare Frame was made by the Zephon family, which I guess kind of makes sense because if you guys know the Wizard's Nightmare Frame, I forgot the name of it. I'm sure you guys will remind me in the comments because you guys are good at that. It's based off the Garif, which I believe is based on, I keep saying off, it's on the Glane. They're all the very similar design. So my assumption is that would be that the logic follows, but still, I don't know how I missed that after several watches. So we see they're working on it. There's a couple of notes they make here. Number one, they mention how it's going to be equipped with the Druid system, the Hadra Cannon. They got to put that into this part here because, as you guys know, Common Island didn't happen, and that's where that conversation originally happened between Bartley and Schneisel. So they put that there. They also note how Lucian's going to have, it's got 2 seats, so Lucian C2 will drive it because he got that mysterious woman with him all the time. They also make fun of Tamaki. They say, we could have Tamaki drive, and they're like, let's not. The reason why they're throwing that out there is because, hey, by the way, I don't know if you guys know this or not, but like Tamaki is made fun of all the time in the story. I know we haven't shown you any of these times in the films, but like take our word for it. Everyone makes fun of him in the story. They throw a lot of that stuff in here, which is, I guess if you've never seen the original story, it probably wouldn't bother you. But someone who has, it's kind of annoying. Like, yeah, we know they make fun of Tamaki. Why don't we have more scenes of it? It should be more organic. They're just like, hey, Bo, we make fun of Tamaki, in case you guys didn't know. So there's that. We see the student festival. Now, this is one of the examples of where they kind of fudged up. Okay. They tell Nully to say meow, right? But here's the problem with this. Stage 6 is not part of this film series. So you don't have the entire Arthur situation where they find Arthur because he had Lucia's mask on or Zero's mask on. And the entire festival to introduce us to Arthur and to the student council. Because you don't have those 2 scenes, those 2 parts in these films, you can't have Nully saying meow because there's no context behind it. Why is she saying meow for? Just because she feels like it? That's bad. They should have redubbed this and had her say something else or just say welcome or something. You can't say meow if Arthur is not in the story. You had one scene of Arthur where Suzaku picks him up, if you remember from the original, from the first film, but there's no scene of them chasing. Millie has no idea about Arthur's existence to begin with, so you can't just have this scene here. I know this seems very small in grand scheme of the rest of the story, but you're going to see a lot of examples where the writers had a lot of oversight when they were making this film, and I assume, and I could be wrong, they had storyboards, and they figured, hey, this event connects to that event, which connects to that event. And they didn't consider the fact that Nully saying meow when there's no context behind her saying meow in the story. It's the little things, people. It's the little things. So, anyhow, C2 wakes up, and I believe there is nothing else I mentioned. Okay, so C2 wakes up during the festival. Other than that, it's about the same. Also, for some reason, there's random touch-ups of the film. You'll notice as I go throughout. I have no idea why these are in there. These strange touch-ups. I guess it's to make it seem like it's brand new footage when it's clearly not. I don't know. It doesn't really hurt the film. It's just a random observation. We again have Lelouch talking to Dieter about their plans. Nothing here has changed as far as I know. They might have changed the dubbing here or where D-Tart tells Lelouch, hey, by the way, the captain of the Zero Squad happens to be there. I don't know if that was in the original dub. I forgot to check that before the stream, but I think it's basically the same thing. Yeah, she grabs Lelouch, tells him, we gotta do this stuff. They okay, here's another thing that they changed. Are we there yet? Not yet. Okay. So Colin appears. Okay, another mistake they made in the film. I saw this on Wikipedia too, like a couple years ago. But all right, so Suzaku, this one's really bad. Suzaku knows for some reason that Colin is in fact the pilot of the Gurren Mark II, and also is part of the Black Knights. Now, if you guys don't know, in Common Island or on Common Island, he learned all this from her when he sees her bathing naked. She grabs the uniform, he jumps on her, she mentions part of the Black Knights, he arrests her, all that stuff, and she tells him when they're eating food by the campfire that she pilots the Gurren Mark II. The problem is, this is not in this film. So when they're talking about this topic, there's no context behind it. It's just, hey, I know you do this, even though we never discussed it once. And it's really bad oversight. You don't have to include, by the way, that scene from the show, but you have to have some kind of scene that shows what happened. If they want to show new scenes that get you to the same point, then just have a scene where, I don't know, Suzaku just follows Colin in Nightmare Frame, or during the initial thing where she goes into the Get Friend Disturber, have her run out. Suzaku sees her and is like, oh, you're part of the Black Knights and you pilot the Gurren. A brand new scene which could have connected the two events. But they lazily ignored it and pretend like you didn't notice, which is so bad. And one more thing about this, he tells her, I'm going to keep trying to convince you to do this, I believe. I don't have the exact line here because I don't have every single image. But he tells her that I want to keep persuading you or something. Do I have it here? If I don't have it, you'll have to take my my word on it. But if you watch it, he says like, I want to keep trying to persuade you. Yeah, I want to keep trying to persuade you. Here's the problem with this scene, okay? He is never trying to persuade her once in this entire story. The first time was on Common Island because he didn't even know that she was doing this to begin with. So you can't have him saying, I'm trying to keep trying to persuade you. I haven't even tried once yet. That's the timer, by the way, to read the comments, in case you're wondering. See, it's right here. I'll get there in a second. But you can't have Suzaku saying, I'm going to try to persuade you multiple times, or keep trying, when it hasn't happened once yet. Again, they could have redubbed the scene or show a connecting scene where he learned information, but they decided not to do it. And they had no problem making new scenes, by the way. And there was no rush for these films because, no offense to Code Geass, I love the story, but it wasn't exactly super popular during this time. I mean, the whole purpose of the films was to kind of like get people excited again about the series, and they're going to do obviously Resurrection. But they could have spent more time on this to add more scenes to fix these narrative issues. All right, let's read some comments. Okay, we got Bullet Zoid, a bunch from him. Let's see. I'm getting tasked for a whipping. Seriously, 1 a.m. 69. Yeah, my Facebook page is 69 likes. I appreciate that. C2 looking good. Yep, I love the new scene of her. We got a fun question here. I can't really. Oh, what if Code Geass gets the Shin treatment movie like the Shin Godzilla calling Shin Ultraman? What would be like the made Shin Geass? To be fair, I don't really know what that is. I've not seen any of those movies, so I can't really answer. I do apologize about the Shin treatments. I've not seen any of those films. Probably better than this, though. Happy Mother's Day. Yes, Happy Mother's Day. Is the second film better than the first one? Absolutely not. The second film is the worst film of all three. Why? Because they condensed too many parts. They cut out stuff. You see, like, we've already gone through 2 scenes in this film that clearly shouldn't exist because they have not laid a foundation for it in the story like they did originally. So they cut out way too many things. And they tried to justify it with like these connecting scenes, which threw so much crap at you that if you weren't paying attention, you'd miss a bunch of stuff. So, absolutely not. Mother and Marianne, yeah, the worst mother alive. Okay, one of the worst ones. That's right. Light Novel says Zaku murdered Gambu because he was going to kill Lelouch and Nelly in retaliation for their invasion. Also, it's not about the marriage. It's about who's going to kill them. Okay, I know I got that confused. I know there was something in the alternative I'm sorry, extended universe where they discussed it. Okay, that's what it was. I knew there was some context behind that. It wasn't just a simple thing. Mao could have fit in easily, but it would been mostly been seen before his death, like 5 minutes on top. Yeah, with Mao, all you need from him is a couple of things. One, he has to show that Geass can evolve to a level where you can no longer control it, and you need him to introduce the fact that Lelouch learns about Suzaku's past. And maybe you can have some Shirley stuff in there too. I don't know, but there's a couple of things that have to be introduced into the story at least, and they didn't try any of it. But then Suzaku killed Genbu because according to some source, Genbu was going to marry Nelly. See, I thought it was those two things, so I'm a little lost in that. They could have combined the Mao episode into its own movie. Well, if they had 4 films, they could have done that at least. There's an audio drama where Genbu reveals he was going to marry Nelly, which squeaks Suzaku out or squeaks him out. And he's gonna have he'll do it, but has his dad says no. I'm not sure what that means. I know there was something there too. Yeah, I met Ogi and Valletta. I'm an idiot. Don't ask. Clearly, both Britannia and Japan royals have no problem marrying underage girls in Code Geass. Very true. Um, I doubt Jezerko will ever do this, but what if the Renner got a pilot nightmare? Whenever would he pilot fits him? I'd say something like the Gurren. In fact, I thought they based Renya's power from the Gurren, especially the arm action. It probably would be also a combination of the Alexander from Akito, where it's like jumping around, really fast moving. Because you guys, Renya is a very fast moving character. He's basically a battle shonen guy, so that would probably be that. But it can fly though. His sniper has to fly. I mean, so does those Colin towards the end. That's true too. It feels weird that Anya and Marion would shoot at Lelouch. I can see her messing with him, but doing a kill shot seems like a character. Well, to be fair, Marion wasn't in control of Anya at all times. But that's very true. I had not thought of that. But yeah, if Marion's under control, why would you try to kill Lelouch for? That's true. Wait, Anya has a tattoo? I think I know what you're talking about. It was okay. We'll go back a little bit. Not too far back though. Oh yeah, she does have a tattoo. Is that new? Does she always have a tattoo? I really don't remember. I honestly don't remember. I'll look it up. Yeah, I can look it up right now. Actually, 1 second. Let me get to this scene here where we were left off. Where is it? Okay, do a quick look. Anya Allstream. She's got a weird name. Anya Allstream. Does she have a tattoo? I literally don't remember. She was wearing her full outfit, so I never even thought about it. Yeah, she's always had a tattoo on her arm. From what I can see from older designs. You don't see her. Yeah, she's always had the tattoo. Okay. Now I picture Marion getting a tattoo while in control of a poor Anya. Ooh, yeah, that's kind of weird. I agree. Anya, we have clothes to cover you up. Anya, sorry, but fan service Taylor, none of the other Philly Knights around wear these type of clothes. Anya, don't care. She is too young for fan service. I completely agree. Do any Knights around wear that? I mean, I think it's just her because Nadia, Dorothea, and Monica don't wear those outfits. So I think it's just her. It's called the Agravian, if that's right. It's entirely Marion's character that she would order her uniform that skimpy each time Anya tries to change it. Marion sets it back, confusing the girl even more. Probably. Arthur is not in these films. Barely. There are scenes, by the way, but it's not as much as it was in the original anime. Oz mentioned that there's a bunch of different Britannia families making different nightmare frames, like the Tristan and the Bradfords associated with Leon Steiner's family. Okay, well that makes sense. To get the whole fans making the Gawain. I'm surprised that Code Geass did have a nightmare named after King Arthur, since they named the nightmares after the Knights of the Realm, but not King Arthur. Yeah, it's bizarre. I guess they had Arthur the cat fill that role. I don't know. That's a good point. So the movie Suzaku is not just smart enough to know the Khans and the Black Knights. It's not that he's smart enough. The story just gave him the information. That's basically it. It's you remember how I complained that Turn 19 characters just kind of got information because the plot demanded it? That was what happened here, but like even worse. I believe the retcon is that Suzaku saw Colin coming out of the Gurren Mark II, even though we never see that ever, but that's the supposed thing that happened. That makes no sense, by the way, because if that was the case, then he would have noticed her in the first time in the original series that she came out without having him to talk to her about it, which didn't occur, obviously. So that don't work. R1 had too many plot story, too much story to condense for 1.5 films. R2 could have fit into one film. I don't know about that, but I could definitely. R1 definitely needed more time. R2, debatable, but I could see that. Hey Zaku, why didn't you arrest me at school? Zaku, well, I would, but pretend has a weird fetish of having female prisoners. Oh, and fan service stance, Colin. Okay, it's true. It's very true. Truth within the trilogy. Fanfiction covers his mistakes, saying that when Colin tries to save Zero from him, he apparently hears her. So kudos, though he was prepared to let her be killed. Truth in the trilogy. Fanfiction covers mistakes, saying Colin tries to save Zero from him. He apparently hears her. So kudos, though. But it shouldn't be fan fiction. It should be obvious. I remember when there was an episode where Colin tried saying to Zaku that she was a Black Knight member to get him to stop attacking. They could have used to explain how Zaku knew Colin was a Black Knight. Yeah, they could have done that, but they didn't. Zaku in the movie seems to be wearing different masks of lies. Nice. Do you think that Charles ever interacted with Anya since Mara was conscious inside of her? Probably, since they were aware of it. I'm not sure how often. And that would have been really creepy. Can you imagine? But as far as I know, I don't. They probably did because they were aware of the whole thing, but I don't know how often. That would have been a cool scene too. That would have been a cool scene. Like if, like you know what? Let me take a step back there. They kind of imply that because if Anya was sent to Common Island for Charles, then he must have talked to her about it, and he must have talked to her as if she was Marion. So I'm like kind of stretching there, but that's probably the best I got. Speaking of fanfiction, there's a new watch the show fic. Don't read it. It's mostly based bias fiction. All the characters are literally the worst people in existence. Yeesh. Okay. I had this thought the other day. Colin Shirley had some of the worst fan service, and being 17 would say the creators who made the show are pedos. So not to go into this topic because YouTubers don't like discussing this stuff, but basically, I won't use the whole term, but files like people who look like children, specifically children, not underage, but actual children. It's a big misconception. So it's not that they're. It's more like minors. They're not really children though. They're both 17. They're both fully developed. I mean, Colin. I mean, Jesus, and of course Shirley, according to Millie. So I wouldn't call it files. It's more like just underage exploitation and probably illegal, unless both people are underage, as far as I know, according to the Romeo and Juliet clause. But of course, they may not exist anymore. I could be off base. It's been a while since I took criminal justice, but the point is, what I'm saying is, it's not pedo stuff. It's more like just underage illegal stuff. But granted, Code Geass was made by Japanese people, so if you follow Japanese standard, I guess it's not illegal. But they are in Britannia, which is not Japan. But no, I'm sorry, they're in Japan under control of Britannia. So I assume they changed the rules. I have no idea. Now, Minami is a file because he actually goes after younger people in the story. It's really gross. I don't want to discuss that though. Um, I thought that 16 was legal age in Japan. Plus, Colin and Shirley are just drawings. Again, like I understand his point though. Like it's not really that great. You really, if I could redo Code Geass, one thing I might change is the fact they're not in high school; they're in college. I think Tokyo Ghoul did a great job with that, where they're all in where they're in college. I thought that was fine. I'm not sure you can to keep the people in college. It would have fixed like half the problems with this. Honestly, if I finish reading Oz, Oleron might take the title of the character with the most fan service. Yeah, you know what? I can't even really deny that because I've gone through, even what I've seen of Oz or Reflection, there are so many scenes where she's in a nightmare frame, and they like specifically, I don't know why they do this, but they make sure that they zoom in on, the Never region, and they have all her clothes very tight, so you see everything. At least with Colin, I'm saying a positive, by the way. A positive is you get a couple back shots here and there. I say a couple. It's quite frequent, but with Alderaan, they not only have the back shots, they have like in front with the camera looking up, and they constantly pull on everything, so you see the entire. She's basically naked while wearing clothing. It's like I'm sorry, she's like painted on almost. It's It's horribly done. I agree. Older is she has the most sexualized character in the entire story. That'd be a fun list. The most sexualized character in Code Geass. By the way, Suzaku would be up there too because he gets a lot of fan service too. Um, I'm 17 myself, which is why I feel weird about it. Oh, interesting. A younger viewer watching my stuff. I appreciate that. I can totally see that. Look, a little backstory about myself before I get back into the film here. But when I first watched Code Geass, I was 19 years old. I believe 1920. So when I watched the show, I wasn't too creeped out by it because I'm not too far from their ages. That's like 3 years. But I'm like 30 going on 31 actually very soon. I'll be streaming my birthday, by the way, because it's on Sunday. So look forward to that. So when I see this stuff, it's actually kind of creepy because they're high school kids. And if I had any interest in them, I'd be in jail. So it's very weird now looking at it. At the time, though, when I first watched the story, it wasn't as weird because, again, I wasn't too far away from the age of the characters. But now it's very creepy. But I can totally see your perspective on that because, again, you are underage. So I can totally see that. But it's a fair point. Okay, is it a government mandate Japan to have TV show anime to have fan service to convince couples to procreate? Um, isn't that what Ano wanted to do in his film, the latest Evangelion movie? So maybe. I know that in Japan they have a problem with having kids in general, and like no one wants to get married, so there could be truth to that. First question: Jin versus Toto. Tristan versus Dengetsu. Ooh, that's a tough one. They fought once, I believe, but it didn't really go anywhere. I don't know. Toto. I'm going with Toto. I just think he'd win, but I could definitely. If it's Tristan Divider, it's definitely Gino though. Yeah, it's because Japan has the lowest population in the world. Very true, and they also have too many old people too. Not that they wrong with old people, but they got a lot of elderly people in the story. So I'm sorry, did I say story? Jesus, they have a lot. Japan has like the oldest population of centenarians, which are 100-year-olds. I believe they're called centenarians. There's a very like old population. There's not much like in between the young and the old, so it's not going well for their country. That's probably why they're doing that. I was 13 when I heard of Code Geass. I saw images of it, but I was 18 when I first started watching it. Interesting. Off topic, did anyone else totally look like a young John H. Benjamin? He's a good actor. Let's see. John Benjamin? I've never heard of this guy. I'm going to look him up right now. Someone said I look like Jay Cutler, by the way. I'm not sure if you know who that is. He was a football player for the Bears. I look like this guy? Huh. I don't know. Let's see. I'll let you guys judge. Is this him? John H. Benjamin? Or, I'm sorry, John Benjamin? I'll zoom in. Let's see a better picture of him. That's Mark Ruffalo. That's not the guy we're looking for. I don't know. I can kind of see it. I've also been told I look like this guy. This was actually on a train one long time ago. Someone was like, "We got Jake Cutler on the train." I'm like, "Who's? Oh, me, Jesus." Some people thought I looked like this guy. Where is he? Not the bodybuilder, the football player. I don't know. Some people say I look like this guy too. He's got better hair than me. I don't know. Who knows? I'll take the compliment though. I do appreciate it. Plus, the show was made for adults. The second EP shows genocide ended. Yeah, even the massacre of the Savs was pretty bad too. John Benjamin is known for doing voice work for adult cartoons like Aqua Teen Hunger Force and Bond's Burgers. Okay, cool. I've heard of one of those shows. All right, let's get back to the film. I did enough comments. Let's continue on here. Oh, actually, one quick thing I got to do before I do that. I get my soaking back on for Janissary code. Come in. All right. The loading is one. Almost there. Come on. Okay. Now we just move my character all the way to the end of the freaking screen so I don't lose all my BP because this game is so stupid. God dang it. Okay. All right, so we are now as Akutai and Kalik persuading him the first time to remove Colin Island to skip Colin's sewer. Okay, all right. So Lelouch comes to talk to Colin, and he's happy that she's back, but he doesn't have her. You know how she went inside the that hot suit for the, what's it called, the haunted house. They removed that part. They removed Ogie and Valletta going to the school festival. They also removed the entire warehouse confrontation where everyone gets into the warehouse where Colin sees that Luce sees like Ogie and Valletta, and Luce sees like Shirley and Suzaku, so they don't want anyone to see each other because they all know and all that crazy. They remove from the story. But what's important is they remove basically all of Valletta and Ogie's relationship scenes. And that's important because they still keep the major ones. So you can't have the major one without the small ones to build it up. So kind of frustrating there, but it's kind of annoying. But we have to keep the pseudo incest scene, the pseudo incest scene where Schneizel flirts with Cornelia about like having her services. Now I know some people say he wasn't flirting with her; he was being really overly polite. I don't know, man. This scene is just so weird. I've never seen Cornelia get flustered by anybody. And Shadow's like, yes, you are so beautiful and honored to have you. And she's like, leave me alone. It's uncomfortable. I'm like, yeah, it's very uncomfortable. So I don't know. But they bring the Glasston Knights. A little weird because we don't see them much in the story anyways. They kind of, it's kind of weird. They want to show the Glasston Knight scenes in these films from the anime, but there isn't much Glasston Knight action in these movies. So I don't know why they waste their time with this. Like, you don't see them at all. Like in the Black Rebellion, when we get there, you don't see them much in action. So I have no clue why they had them in here. But whatever. We don't even see two of them die. So there you go. They really care about the Glasston Knights. You know, all Dalton's poor sons. We don't even see them die in the movies, which is weird to me. Anyways, we see. This is Jeremiah, by the way. That's from the original show too. No changes there. Yuffie runs into Nunnally, and we get this new scene where she goes like, "Oh my God, you're alive!" Now, why is this in the scene? Well, it's very simple. Common Island doesn't exist, so Yuffie didn't learn from that experience that Lelouch and Nunnally were still alive because Lelouch explained to her what was going on, and of course he took his helmet off and he's like, "Hey, I'm Zero." And she goes, "Oh God," that type of thing. So instead, she runs into Nunnally, and that's how she learns everything. Also, she wants to talk to Zaku about her plans for the Special Administrative Zone of Japan. They don't show the flashback of when she presents it to Schneizel. I don't know why they didn't do that. Beats me. That was kind of important because he approved it. I mean, he says it here, but I would have liked to have seen it. Me personally. All right, so now we have Nunnally and Yuffie talking for the first time in a long time. There's a little extra scene here of Yuffie holding the teacup. I think she's drinking tea out of it. And she says, like, "Oh, the Ashford family took you in." I think the reason why that scene's in the movie is because you don't have stage 3. Not the cancer, but the the episode. Sorry. That's the cancer's not funny. I apologize. So stage 3 doesn't exist. So when Colin talks to Lelouch in the shower, Lelouch mentions how the Ashford family took them in. But that was cut from the film, so I guess they put the scene here to kind of show the same thing. I assume that's why this exists, but I could be completely off base. I can't think of any other reason for why that's there. They still keep the whole thing about Yuffie and Nunnally, how they both wanted to marry Lelouch when they were younger. And what's so weird is she asks her, like, "Do you still love him now?" And the Schneizel and Cornelia part was, sus, but it wasn't determined. It wasn't that definitive. Nunnally is basically asking Yuffie, "Do you still love Lelouch?" Now, keep in mind, these are grown adults now, or close enough. They're not kids anymore. It's not a kid-like romance. This is, which happens sometimes. This is a adult. Nunnally is basically asking Yuffie, "Do you still be with Lelouch, even though you guys are siblings?" And I don't have it here, but Yuffie's face is like, "The fudge did you say to me?" Like, I'll show you here what her expression is. It's still, to me, one of the funniest moments of the story. And I don't know if the creators intended it or not for her to look like that, for the reason I'm mentioning, but still, it was where is it? Quickly, here's the image of, yeah, right here. Come on, load. I just clicked on it. Hold on, give it a second. It's like, okay, it didn't work. Let's try it again. Okay, see her expression here? She's like, hold on. Yeah, like, wait, what'd you just say to me? Like, look at this expression. It's like, wait, what'd you just say? Yeah, it's very weird. I missed a couple of things, by the way. Let me just, I gotta step back for, I got not step out, but I gotta step back a couple moments here. They don't show the entire Sawasaki invasion, by the way, of Japan, which happened after Common Island. I forgot to mention that. They skip out basically the entire events of Stage 20. Because by the time this is happening here, Yuffie and Suzaku are officially a couple. Again, no new scene to show this. They just skip it from the story, which really pissed me off. I don't know why they did that. Anything else that I might have forgotten as I'm going through this? Uh, mm, I believe that's everything. Yeah, then they do the Arcwood stuff. There's no Schneizo. They don't have the entire invasion of Sawasaki. They don't have Cecile playing the hammer. You know, this thing here, which is the biggest insult I have about these films, or it'll piss me off the most. They cut out all the Cecile scenes, which is a huge crime, as you guys know. Like, you can have other stuff in the story here and there, but if you don't have Cecile, like they cut this scene out of the movie, and I'm super pissed. Hold on, I mean out of the show in the film. You don't have this scene at all, which pissed me off when she's playing with the whack-a-moles with she thinking one of them was Lloyd. They got rid of that whole part in the story for some reason. We don't have C2 saying, "Oh, it's you," which I thought was funny. They got rid of that part too. I don't know. You can't cut out scenes of Cecile. That's bullcrap. All right, so we have Nina working on the Flea warhead or splitting a nuclear, an atom. She's working on a nuclear weapon of some kind. But it's not at that point yet. She's just kind of like doing her experiments. This scene, by the way, actually happened during Suzaku's Yuffie Nights, becoming Yuffie's Night celebration festival thing that Millie was throwing. But they don't have that, so they have this scene here where Lloyd talks to her. Now, this really pissed me off, okay? One of the things this film tries to do, or these films in general, is they don't want to show Nina as a psychopath or some crazy lady. And said to someone who was like kind of loyal to Yuffie, wanted to protect her. All her freakout scenes are not in the film that I know of until I guess the very end, and that might not be the case either. They wanted to make Nina seem more sympathetic in liking Yuffie. Here's the problem though: the only reason that I can tell that Nina feels a certain way about Yuffie is because of this one scene where she gave her an award, and so she feels some kind of connection to her. That's it. By the way, Alicia Lomar's in the background. Little funny thing there, I believe. But the problem is when Yuffie dies, Nina wants to go and defend her and kill Zero. But why though? Like there's no connection. You don't have any scenes where Nina's like, "Hey, I felt some way about Yuffie, so her death it bothered me." There's even a part, you know how in the museum when they had a conversation in stage 20, again, not in the films. So when the festival starts, you don't see Nina talking to Rivel saying, "Hey, by the way, something happened, by the way." And she's like, "Yeah, something did happen." You know, she talked to Yuffie. Not in the story, by the way. So Nina's freak out in this entire film is not even freak out. Her reasons to fight Lelouch, or well, she doesn't know Zero at the time, is based on this one thing that happened to her. Like I've heard people judge or critique Nina's motivations from the get-go because I think it's bizarre. It's even worse here because it's based on getting an award from Yuffie. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think it's she must really like her for that, but it's come on, you gotta lay the foundation for this. Nina has issues, and they completely changed the whole that whole situation with her. So I'm not a fan of that change at all. I think Nina's insanity is one of the best parts of her character. And the whole breakdown she had when Yuffie died. I thought that was good stuff. I know some people don't like it. That's totally fine. I thought that was a good part of her character, and they removed it for some reason. Okay, so the rest of the film kind of goes the way the anime did, right? Lucia's trying to arrange stuff. Things are going well. Millie talks to him about the situation, and what's kind of confusing is that she mentions how, or was Lelouch, one of them said how, like, the whole thing with the Chinese Federation and the Black Knights was causing issues, but people are still happy and stuff. The thing about that is they didn't mention Sawasaki. I remember in the anime they said something a little different, so I don't know if Sawasaki ever invaded Japan to begin with, or they spoke of the Chinese Federation more of a like generic sense. Again, the film was not clear about if those events happened or not. I kind of want to say they did because Suzaku and Yuffie are a couple, but I also want to say they didn't because we don't see it. And as you guys know, seeing is believing. There's a touch-up thing here of the animated action. I don't know why it's not a new scene. Again, they do it all the time in this story. This is a Ganymede going to action. I believe Yuffie bangs into the door, so obviously Lelouch wants to talk to her. This is also from the This is nothing changed here. They had to put this scene, by the way, because in case you guys didn't know, these two are engaged to get married. They've cut out every other scene of this even being a possibility. There's no scene of her going to see him to begin with. Because Stage 7 is not in this story of the last film, we don't have well, there was a scene there where like Millie wanted to fall in love, and there's another part where she goes on a date with Lloyd. And because Yuffie doesn't lose her, not Yuffie, sorry, Shirley doesn't lose her memories because of Lelouch's Geass power, we don't have the scene where Millie tells Lelouch, by the way, I got a new suitor, which was Lloyd at the time. So they have no scene of these two ever interacting once. And they throw it all at you in one scene, like, hey, by the way, they're getting married. I didn't even know they were doing anything of the sort. They cut out every single scene. And again, you can't just have this happen without putting more context into it. Like, Millie's upset that they're getting married, but you have no idea why, because she's upset because she has no control over this. It's an arranged marriage. They could at least change the text here, or the redub it for her to say, I guess that's why you're arranged to marry me or something, or why you want this arrangement to work out. Throw some kind of subcontext there for subtext, sorry, for why this happened. But they don't do that in the story. They instead just throw it out there like, hey, they're getting married. Okay, but why and when this happened? It's really horribly handled. Then we see Lelouch talking to Yuffie, and then they change Shirley's language to say he's been avoiding me lately instead of you shouldn't be with some flirty girl. Apparently, in these films, they're dating. Do we ever see it? No, but apparently it's a thing. Why couldn't they just have a scene of Lelouch and Shirley literally by a bench eating ice cream together? I don't know. It would have made more sense, would have given more context to the scene. When Shirley says this, you don't even realize that he's been avoiding her because they've never been together. It's extremely strange. Like, if, hypothetically, if they showed him, like, again, going out together or something, and then he keeps canceling her dates instead of showing a random scene of her following him at the mall, which is creepy for her, or when she goes to the ghetto to find Lelouch, again, there's no context behind that. You could have had instead, Lelouch goes on with Shirley on a date, and the next time he ditches her. And they could have made more context like, okay, he's been avoiding her lately. That makes sense. But they haven't laid the foundation for that. Instead, she just throws this little line here, which has no meaning to it. I'm not sure what's wrong with the writers of the show, but they can't commit to anything. Like, just if they're dating, say they're dating. Don't, like, this still seems one-sided to me. They have to just make it clear they are dating. They are dating apparently in the story, but again, it's not clear. There's like one part which you might say where Lelouch comes back home and now he's like, where's Shirley? We're supposed to go on a date or something. And he's like, oh, she didn't show up or something. But that doesn't mean anything. A date is not the same as dating. Those are two different things. Anyhow, during that part, though, Yuffie's talking to Lelouch about his plan. And he's like, okay, what about Cornelia? And then he's like, she's like, Lelouch, are you? And of course, this scene exists because if you guys didn't know, Common Island is not in this story I think I mentioned like 5 times now. So when Lelouch talks to Yuffie, he's she doesn't know he's Zero, right? So when he talks about Cornelia, he's thinking, well, hey, look, she does not know that I know that I'm Zero. I'm sorry, that was dumb. She doesn't know I'm Zero. So I could talk to Cornelia, get close to her, and use Geass on her, and Yuffie's like, wait, are you? And they interrupt the whole thing, are you Zero? That's what I'm about to ask him. So this is how they laid the foundation. She had some kind of knowledge he was Zero. The problem, though, is it comes out of literally nowhere. In the original anime, she thought he was Zero because when Zero talks to her in the building during the hostage rescue, he tells her, you protected the commoners. Yuffie, you haven't changed. That's what he literally tells her. So that's how she figured it out. This is literally out of nowhere. They have never discussed, they never talked once the entire story until this point. So you can't just have that without any context behind it. I understand why the scene exists, but they screwed it up big time. In my mind, they should have kept the hostage rescue situation because two things come out of that. One, Yuffie and Lelouch meet each other for the first time. That's when she kind of figures out it's him. Lelouch is Zero, and Yuffie has Nina has a real reason to want to become closer to Yuffie. They cut out from the story, so you have like these really throwaway scenes that are just they're pretty bad. They cut out parts of the people trying to go to Yuffie and Cecile because Cecile was trying to protect her. They cut out the story. It's fine. I don't really care too much. Then we get to immediately go to the press announcement that the pizza dies too, which is kind of funny. Or it doesn't die, but goes away. We get the entire announcement that they're going to do the SAS administrative zone in Japan, which is fine. They also cut the scene where I believe she looks to see if they're okay or not. Again, it doesn't really matter too much. They have a scene right here. This is a brand new scene in the story where you see the Black Knights talking about what just happened. And the purpose behind this scene is that, well, in the next part, when they continue on the story, you know how there's a scene where everyone's talking about if they should join the SAS or not because he talked about, he has a boner for Valletta, so obviously he wants her to be with him, and the SAS is the only way that can happen. But also there's other things about how they're going to disarm and all that whole conversation they had about what's the right option. They don't have that in this movie. So instead what they did was they threw it all in this one scene. Again, a constant theme in this movie is they will cut out tons of stuff. They'll have one scene, throw a bunch of exposition at you to explain everything that you would have seen in the other stuff. I don't know. I'm not the biggest fan of these decisions here. In some cases, it works. Like this one's okay, but some cases, it's just too much stuff. Way, way too much stuff. So there's that. Then we see the SAS being operated or working together. I'm pretty sure there's nothing in here that they skipped. Oh, there's actually one part. In the beginning of this episode, by the way, we are now in stage 22. We just finished stage 21. We're in stage 22 now. There's one opening part of this episode. Well, this is the film, but in the episode that correlates with the events here, there's a scene where Bartley and Dalton expose all those guys who were doing dirty dealings with the Kyoto group. I don't know why they kind of skipped that because I believe in the first film they introduced them to begin with. So payoff they said with no payoff. I don't know. Yuffie's talking to Suzaku. There's a new scene, by the way, when they're talking, which I missed like 3 times over. It's right here. I'm not sure what the context is behind this. And by the way, if you want to know who's talking to who, Suzaku is talking to Yuffie. He's saying, who are the people you want me to introduce me to? And then Yuffie's like, I can't tell you until the SAS opens. I have no idea what they're talking about here at all. I don't know what the context is. Is it Lelouch because they both know Lelouch? Is it Nunnally? Is it I have no idea who she wants to introduce him to. It's bizarre. If anyone knows what the hell is going on with these two, this conversation here, which again is these two talking to each other, I listened to the audio. It was their voices. I don't know who she's referring to. Maybe it's super obvious. I have no clue. Anyhow, Lelouch comes back from his what he was doing. Some things they cut out, by the way. There was a bunch of stuff. So let's see. Yeah, so we don't have the Kyoto members talking about the SAS administrative zone of Japan. None of that's mentioned. We don't have the scene where Dalton talks to Taizo about how we have to give the Black Knights to join the SAS. Not mentioned either. They don't show Nina Ganymede discussing her thoughts on the SAS. You know how when she said, hey, if Yuffie thinks it's okay, then I think it's okay. Because in this story, too, Nina isn't racist or crazy. They took out both of her main character traits and made her just some generic girl who liked Yuffie for some reason, which is, kind of annoying. They killed her whole character. They don't show Lelouch protecting an 11 from a noble. Remember that scene where he tried to use Geass on this guy because he was hurting an 11? And then Shirley from the distance is like, oh my god, why would he protect 11s for? They don't have that scene because Shirley didn't lose her memory and she wasn't suspecting he was Zero to begin with. So you can't put that into the film. That explains that one at least. They don't have Lelouch looking angrily at Yuffie from the Titantron. You don't have to have that scene in the film. There's no need. You don't have the scene where Cornelia talks to Schneizel about the plan. So basically, she was saying no, Schneizel was like, why'd you let her do this or something? No. Cornelia said it to Schneizel, and he told her, well, if we do this, it'll destroy all the terrorist groups. They'll have no legitimacy. So it's great. And he even schools Cornelia by saying, didn't you approve of this anyway? So, and why'd you do that? Was it for Yuffie or all that stuff? So that's not in the movie either. And before Lelouch even goes to come to the special military zone in Japan, we don't see anyone speculating on it either. So they don't show those scenes. Okay, a lot later removed. Okay, now we're back to the actual story. So Lelouch comes back from whatever he was, and then apparently he said like he couldn't contact Shirley, so they didn't go on a date. I guess they were dating. Again, a scene would have helped. Apparently he says, or she's like, about Yuffie, I really like her a lot, and he's like, I did like her because of what happened. They didn't really show too much context behind his anger in the movie as compared to the show, but whatever, it's good enough. Basically, it ruined his whole plans. That's what they're trying to imply. All right, now we're back to here. This is the fun stuff. So the SAD's about to commence. Again, all the prelude stuff cut out. Zero just appears. Titles has nothing, by the way. In the original anime, he said, hey, why are you doing this? Your whole identity, I want to take your identity to the grave, but you apparently showed up anyway. So, I don't know. He wants to meet with Yuffie in private, and the reason why I don't like this scene is because just like before, oh wait, where is it? Okay, they don't have this. Oh, right here. I don't like the scene because Yuffie has no reason to think Lelouch is Zero at all. They said that she does, but there's no foundation for it. It just they said, hey, she must think that way. At least in the original anime, we knew at that point because of Common Island that she knew for sure he was Zero. And even before that, the hostage rescue also kind of hinted that he could have been Zero to her. So you had two layers of proof: one a speculative and one like definitive. Here you have neither. It's just plot gave it to her. Therefore, it's so bad. Why they cut the hostage rescue situation and why they got rid of Common Island. You should have just had quantifying scenes to show these things. They were very selective for some reason and why they did and didn't do stuff. So there you go. Okay, so during their meeting between Lelouch and Yuffie, here's that part. It's a brand new part where he takes his helmet off and she goes, "Oh, I knew you were Lelouch." And he's like, "You always been sharp." I'm like, "Sharp? No, this is like L level." I was talking about L recently because of my video about intelligence and L's ability to apparently be smarter than everyone in Code Geass, which is not true, but that's a side note. But the thing about L, he's got great deductive skills, even like unworldly, godlike. This is an example of that. Ruffy's like, hey, I just knew you were. Okay, sure. No context there. But she's like, you took your mask off, so you're going to support me, right? And he's like, no, I just did this because it's going to be the last time I see you or something. About the gun shooting at her. I don't know. I'm not a fan of that switch there. There's one more we're going to see about this scene that they really fudged up. Okay, so Zaku is not helping out because he's not supposed to. He sees C2. She has to change her dialogue here a little bit because remember the Common Island stuff didn't happen, so it's assumed that this connection is because of Naruto, even though it was Common Island, I believe, is where the real connection happened. She also speculates that he might have known V2, which actually makes more sense about certain things as opposed to in the anime where she just says, hey, tell me one thing, and it gets cut off. So we'll get that changed in a second. Same conversation before about what happened. You killed me, his whole plans, all that stuff, and how eventually they'll work together. When she tells him that, like, hey, I gave my whole claim to the throne, so please don't do this. Also, I'm going to make this is for Nully, so you guys can live together peacefully and stuff like that. So you tell me one thing. Do you know V2? I'm not sure why I don't have the V2 part here. She freaks out. And she's like, oh my god, it's happening. We don't know what's happening. Can get no context for any of this. Zaku touches her. He falls down. The guards also touch C2 and fall down. And then Lucius again is very angry with her. His eye is going crazy. There's no context behind any of this. Now, one thing I noticed, this is not related to the film, but just the show in general. One second. A little quick water break here. When a lot of people talk about this scene where Lelouch is going to use, oh man, hold on. Okay. When Lelouch is talking to Yuffie about, she's going to stain her hand with blood, his Geass power was activated during that time. And, oh my god, one second. I'm not a professional streamer, so it's hard for me to my talk consistently for like 30 plus minutes. I know there's an art to it. I just don't have it. Anyhow, when he's about to tell her that she's gonna stain her hands with blood, his Geass was actually activated during this time, so he was going to use the Geass on her at that moment. So I just want to think about the whole context of this scene where, yes, he accidentally told her to do this, but he had no problem like a couple minutes before that to actually use the Geass on her. So just a little bit of context there. If you're like, well, it was an accident, true, but he went there with intentions to use the Geass on her to do stuff like this. So the lines are kind of blurry when it comes to, was it an accident or was it on purpose? Just thought it was interesting. His Geass part was actually about to go on until she gave her claim to the throne. So that's kind of interesting. Eventually, though, Lelouch gives up and says, "Okay, I'll work with you." And unfortunately, we know what happens here. His Geass goes, it gets to reaches that point. He's Geass on her, and then this happens. This wonderful scene. Now, why they screwed this up? Well, it's pretty simple. In the original anime, when this event occurs, Lelouch explains it's because of Mao, or I become like Mao. They don't have that here. So instead it just happens. Why is that important? Because until this scene, we have no context that this could even happen at all in the story. C2 has never told Lelouch once that Geass can become too powerful that you can no longer control it. There has never even been a time in this film or the previous one where this phenomenon even happens. They never discussed it, as I'm trying to say. Mao was important in the story because he introduced that concept that it could one day become too powerful to control. And what pisses me off is that there was a scene previously where they were just talking by a bed. I mentioned before that new scene. And she says nothing about how, be careful with the Geass power, it could one day overtake you. No discussion of this whatsoever. And that's the problem with this part here. There's no context or foundation for this even occurring in the story. It's never been discussed once. It's literally just happens for sake of happening. You can hate how this was originally in the anime. You can call it a plot contrivance. You can call it whatever. At least they explained it could happen. At least they showed you an example. So you can say, okay, there was some setup behind it. At least Lelouch talked to C2 about, hey, it won't happen to me, I promise, whatever. Here it's like nothing. Just, hey, it happened. How? I don't know. It just happened, okay? This is an example where a brand new scene was absolutely required, not optional, required to show that this could happen. That's why if you're going to remove Mao from the story, you have to really fill in those blanks. A lot of oversight here. This scene is not even powerful at all. If this was my first experience watching Code Geass, this scene would have pissed me off. I would have hated the whole series probably because I'm thinking, wait, but why is this even happening? It's one of the only moments I can think of in the story where you probably can't watch the films and like it, as opposed to the rest of the stuff where they made changes here and there where it's like, I don't agree with such changes, but you can still kind of enjoy the film. You can't really enjoy it here because it was a setup for this, and they got rid of the setup. It was really fudged up for sure. So she runs away. There's a scene of Bartley talking to Schneisel. It's all from the original anime. No changes here. She shoots Dalton. The massacre starts. All this wonderful stuff. Details like, how did you make this happen? He's like, yep, my boy did this. For some reason, he's happy about that. Who the hell knows? We didn't see Sasaki go into combat. By the way, this is the first time we see the Lancelot with the flight-enabled version, because before that, we didn't see it because he didn't have stage 20 didn't happen. So there's that. Then he discusses what happened with his Geass power. I don't have it here, but right here. He says, like, I didn't mean to do it because my Geass power went too far. And he said, like, you told me how dangerous power was, and this is what really pissed me off. This never happened in these movies, ever. He said, like, you told me how dangerous power was. No, she never did tell him. They never discussed it once. They had three discussions on Geass in these films. The first time was when he got it originally. She said nothing about it being too powerful and this could happen. Second time with little orange boy when she asked about like what it was. He told her the previous night about the contract. That was it. And the last time was a contract. They have never discussed once about this topic that I know of. They never said whatsoever. So you can't say I discussed this. No, you never did. This should have been fixed by a scene in the story. This is one of the worst failings of these films. Unbelievable. A brand new scene would have fixed this problem in a nutshell. You just have them talk about how Geass can go a little too powerful, and C2 can say, some of my contracts in the past have gone haywire, so, maybe not be careful with your Geass usage or something. Never discussed it once. But they threw it out here anyways, because, F you, I guess. Oh my god, I hate this so much. It's complete crap. Meanwhile, the same thing as usual. They're getting away. The members are escaping. I believe Zero destroys all of the planes with the Gwain because he stole it from the military, which is consistent because he did, but different circumstances how he did it. The Black Knights go in there to stop to save everybody, just like the original anime. Nothing new there. We see Colin action early on, so I skipped some parts. We're in stage 23, by the way. They skipped some parts of this conflict, like the early going of the Black Knights attacking the Britannian forces. We don't see Taizo get rescued by Ogi, which honestly, who gives a damn? No one cares about that scene anyways. We don't see like Cornelia and oh, I think I said this part yet. I might be going ahead of myself, but there's a part where Cornelia jumps into the battle. That's skipped from the entire films altogether. Okay, so then Lloyd's responsibility here is my thought of this movie. When Colin goes to fight Euphemia in the Nightmare frame, which again doesn't make too much sense because we don't see her using one prior, but that's not the biggest deals. She doesn't say anything about their experience on Comet Island. In the original anime, she says like, "Hey, it's you spoiled princess," and she says, "Oh wait, you were on that island." And that's removed because it never happened. Or not, no danger here. Changes here. Eventually, Lelouch shoots Euphemia, and then Zaku grabs her and takes her to the Avalon. So Yuffie's dead, and then Zaku's pissed, understandably. But here's the thing, though: they're not officially a couple in the way they did in the original anime. So it's like, why did they remove that scene? Oh my god! Anyways, he captures. He picks up Yuffie, brings it to the Avalon, takes out C2 and Colin on the way. Well, takes out C2, but Colin was kind of a draw. They actually were both draws, in all honesty. They were inconclusive battles. Then we skip a bunch of stuff to get to this scene. I'll explain everything they skipped. Okay, so let's see. I kind of have my notes here. Let's make sure I miss anything else. Okay, so they don't show Ogi rescuing Taizo. They cut the conversation between Colin and Yuffie. I mentioned that one. They skip Cornelia jumping into battle, so she's not even there at all. They instead, there's a scene where you see, there's a scene where Cornelia is by the fireplace because she locked herself in her room because she couldn't handle the fact that Yuffie died. So what they did instead was they show that fireplace after Yuffie's dead, instead of that whole montage of like a bunch of people reacting, including Cornelia. So by doing that, they don't have to have her jump into the battlefield. They can instead say she was in a room during this time and she joins them. She never left them, basically. She just didn't go into battle. They cut all those scenes out. They don't have Shizo going like, what madness is this? Biggest hypocrite alive. Anything else that I skipped? They don't show that the 11 taking control of Saz. You remember when Tamaki's like, you Saz to a death trap. You guys made a big mistake here. That's not in the film. Let's see. They don't have Raksha and Dieter talking about what happened. That scene where Raksha's like, do you feel bad about what happened and stuff? And Dieter's like, I don't even care. That conversation is out from the movie. When Lelouch looks at Kaguya, this is a big change they made. I'll show the images here. So when Lelouch first looks at Kaguya, I don't have it. Oh, that's frustrating. Okay, well, I'll show the contrast in the images here. Let me pull it up. So when Luce looks at Kaguya, oh, I have it here. If I don't, I'll have to do it the hard way. Oh, the guy have the image. It's really interesting contrast. I didn't mention it in my film discussion. So again, I have to do another round of analysis. Yeah, here. So in the original anime, when he sees Kaguya, he thinks of this. So let's blow it up here. That was 30 minutes? Damn. Okay. Excuse my language. That was 30 minutes. Okay, one last point, then I'll read some comments. So in the film, in the first film, like I have that one for sure. Let me pull it up. You instead see this. Yeah. So, okay. Here we go. All right, so in the original anime, you see this one on the left. In fact, I'll just take my face out here for 2 seconds. So on the left, you see this image of the past when Lelouch took Nelly up the steps. This is from the films, the new film. So they showed this one instead of that one. Not a big change, but I thought it was interesting. I like this one a lot more, the one on the right. It's just clearer, more, it's better animated. It's still cute that Kaguya hugs behind Genbu in either context. I think it's funny. It doesn't matter which one you choose, though. So that's what I was trying to mention before. Okay. It's been 30 minutes, so it's comment time. All right. Hopefully I didn't remember I left off. Okay. Jesus. Okay, here we go. The first time that I heard of Code Geass was when Adult Swim did the top 10 fan service. That's funny. What was it ranked on that list? I'd like to know that if you remember. I think Shizo might be bisexual since he has some subtle tease with Cornelia Lelouch and Canon. Probably. I mean, he's definitely gay. I think it's almost confirmed at this point. He has a thing for Canon. There's literally a scene where they're hugging. I'm just saying. So, or close enough. In case you know what I'm talking about, it's this scene here from. It's from. Let me show you. Nelly in Wonderland. There's a scene at the very end of this OVA, which I haven't gone over. I might in the future. Who the hell knows? I'm not a big fan of it, but the very end of the OVA, there's a scene where you see all the royal family together. Come on. Yeah, right here. This isn't just friendship anymore. Like, this is clearly not. They're not just friends here. So, yeah. Oh, my face is cut off. My bad. Yeah, you see that with Ken holding Schneisel? Like, they're clearly more than just friends. I mean, come on. You don't hold, like... Anyways, back to the comments here. For those who don't remember, Schneisel once called Lelouch the person he both fears and loves the most. Well, that could have been sibling relationship, but true. When were these films made? 2017 to 2018. And Resurrection came on 2019. So you see how that worked out. Is it just me or Cornelia look like she's younger in these films? She's supposed to be in her early 20s, but now she looks young as Millie. Cornelia is actually in her late 20s. She is 27, I believe, because she was 20 years old when Marion died, and she appears 7 years later because the story takes place 7 years after that event, so she's like 27 years old. I don't think they touched up Cornelia at all. I think she always looked the same. I could be wrong, but I don't recall them touching her up at all in this film. That maybe I'm missing something, but I don't really recall that. I want to go back to the films. Is there even a scene of a let's see. The most recent scene of Cornelia was the here. I don't know. She looks the same to me, but that could just be me. All right, back to where we were. Almost there. Almost there. We're almost there. Okay. Yeah, I like this scene actually. It's really cool. Okay. To build the original film also might have been a cash grab. Probably. It definitely was. Oh, you said why were these films made? Not why when. Oopsies, I can't read. Why were they made? My bad. Okay. The films were made for two particular reasons. As Code Geass anime fan just pointed out, it was a cash grab. They want to make Code Geass more popular again, so they thought they'd bring it all back, even though if they want to make Code Geass popular again, they could have just animated Renya or Oz Reflection. That would have done the trick for me, but, whatever. And they want to set up for Resurrection. They also wanted to do what Evangelion did, which was like to retell the same story, but condense it for non-fans to get more people into the fan base. That was the reason behind it. I can't read. Cornelia's in her late 20s. Yes, she is. 27, 28 years old. Very true. Absolutely. In fact, they could just make Resurrection outright and not even make these films. The manga is going on right now for Resurrection, and it expands on stuff the film didn't. So you're absolutely right. They could have just done that instead. I don't even disagree with that. Instead of cutting scenes out, I would have liked to see more scenes, including more screen time with Charles, Lloyd, and the Four, Holy Sword, etc. Yeah, you see, if you had 4 films, you could have done this, or you could have just redone the entire series and gave us those original 50 episodes for R1 and the 50 episodes for R2. That could have worked too, but instead we don't get any of that stuff. The problem with Code Geass, and we've discussed this like in every live stream that I've done for all the episodes, we needed more, not less. While there's a lot of good stuff here, we needed more information. They took out stuff. This is not a story you want to take out stuff. You need to put more in there. I 100% agree with that one. Or they could just redone the story too. But yeah, I agree. Fanfic works, headcanon, all that stuff. Absolutely. They didn't have to, if they want to, or they just make a brand new series to fix the problem. That would have been fine too. I've been okay with that. They'd have to lazily put this together. One reason why I give R2 and R1 a pass on some levels because it was rushed. They didn't really think too much ahead about the plot because they didn't think this was going to be a popular series. But now when you're going back through it, you this is like your makeup paper, right? Your makeup exam, and you still fudged it up. That's what annoys me about that. They probably changed his characteristic because he was the most hated character in the whole show. So what? Now, sir, you're probably right, but like that's not an excuse. But you're probably right. The one I liked about R1 was the one thing I liked about the R1 was its fan service felt real, not petty, pretty like Nina's Table. R2 fan service was typical anime stuff. Oh, yeah, that's true. There was definitely some disturbing elements there. I mean, that scene kind of reminded me of some stuff in Evangelion, where he's uncomfortable fan service for sure. R2, yeah, R2 was more typical than R1 when it comes to fan service. You still have an R1 like Colin scene where she's like piloting a nightmare frame. You see her backside. You see some of that in the story, but yeah, that's true. The fan service in R1 was definitely a little more less typical. That is true. Although those 2 nude scenes were pretty typical. Millie's Ranger and Lloyd was a neat subplot that was totally dropped for R2. I guess this means she and her parents didn't know Lucia's parents' parentage, or they would have sold them out. I guess not. I don't know. It was dropped, by the way. There's a bunch of stuff, by the way, that was dropped in R2, which I didn't even realize until watching these films for like the third time. Be like, oh, you know what? Why is that even in the story? It didn't go anywhere. But yeah, they didn't really handle that well at all. Yeah, I don't know. You didn't even put a judgment on there. I'm putting a judgment on there. I don't think it was handled that well. In a picture drama, they basically imply like she's not marrying him. It was the last one when when Millie graduates and turned 12. They mentioned they're not dating anymore. So I don't know. It was still bad though. For a year, I felt like she would have been a perfect protagonist for a slice of anime school years, but she felt a little out of place in the show. I still love her though. Um, Well, it definitely wasn't handled well here. One of the picture drama states that Ashford's new illusion, Ellie's parentage. I forget which one that. Which one was that? Was that? Oh, um, was that the one where they're on the bathtub? I believe. I'm not sure which one that was. It was most like Lucian Nelly. Yuffie probably doesn't know Saku still knows Lelouch. Oh, is that what it was? So, but oh, she doesn't know what he knows. Okay, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, because Yuffie doesn't know that Zaku knows Lelouch. Oh, right, because they didn't meet on Common Island, right? Because they didn't see each other. Okay, All right. Well, thank God that didn't happen in the story anyways, because that would have been really awkward because they didn't know each other. And what's weird when they're talking, I'm not sure why that scene has to even exist because they talk on the outside the room and you know on the steps rather, and Yuffie's like, "Hey, I didn't know that knowing you were alive, and also by the way, you're friends with Zaku." So okay, that makes sense. It's still like not necessary. Colin Luch, how come you always sleep in class? Luch, well, Colin, it's true that I'm actually zero. And Skies, I'm going to pretend to be a student. Don't give a day to everyone. Oh, that's a Superman reference. Very funny. That's when Lois asked Clark about the headlines, and she goes like, "Well, you see, Lois, I'm actually Superman, and I only here to get the bylines." Good reference to Superman. I love that. I knew Millie's grandpa Ruben knew it, but I thought that was it. You're a sick man. You're a sick man, Lelouch. Colin walks out. Yeah, that was a great. I love that scene. That was funny. Good stuff, dude. I love that scene. This will sound weird, but I'm bummed out they cut the racism. Usually it's so shown so overblown, but R1 at least they showed it casually ingrained and unintentional. Yeah, Nina's racism was very like just part of the whole culture in Britannia, and of course that scene when that guy beat up that 11, or the scene when I believe Colin was going to save that one guy and Luce like stopped her. Was that in the films? I'm not even remember. Was that cut out? I think it was actually in the movie. I'm not sure, but I think that was actually there because then he like talked to her on the bench. Was that? Oh, I'm like, no, wait, no, it wasn't because they cut out everything from stage nine. Yeah, that was not in the movie. I'll check real quick. I'm like going back and forth. I don't think I was in the film. 1 second. 2 seconds here. Okay, okay. They spent so much time in the first film, the first couple episodes. It's kind of ridiculous. Um, wow, we're on episode 4 right now. Let's just keep scrolling. There's 10, and yeah, they don't show that. Okay, just making sure they don't show that scene. You're right. They should have kept it there. I love Google's video defending the scene by saying to shoot is for suspense instead of surprise. Which scene is that? Is that him shooting? Which scene are we defending here with that one? You'll have to remind me. I didn't get the comments fast enough. It'll be will it be more interesting and or make a specific speculation debate that if they didn't show Lelouch meeting Yuffie in a private, but instead just showed Zero meet Yuffie in the SADS, and Zero asked Yuffie to talk in private, but we such audience don't see it on the SADS people. Then a few seconds or minutes, we see Yuffie come in order to kill the Japanese people. We see Lelouch said it was an accident. Oh, that'd be kind of interesting. Could have worked. Was that the original plan initially? I'm not sure. Yeah, that's a good point. What was actually supposed to happen in the situation? I assume he was just going to use Geass on Yuffie and shoot everybody, I guess, and he would actually not get injured. Charles being Problem here feels so bizarre. It makes you think the Rise had a whole different plan for him than R1, R2, probably because he was actually not that bad of a person, supposedly. Uh, okay, yeah, that's true, but obviously that's not what happened. I used to misunderstand the scene of Charles laughing. I used to think that Charles was proud of Euphemia. Yeah, the subtitles fixed that one. Okay, I will be right back. I have to use the bathroom. I drank a lot of water. I'll be right back. In the meantime, let me just put my classic overlay, so you guys know I'm not dead or anything. Not that you thought I was. Let me just Okay, we are back. My camera fudged up though. It always does that. Okay, let's put our background up. Nice. All right, back to the comments. Off topic, but the kin realization. Kirha is really literally responsible for Zaku developing his trauma. How so? The book states that Kirihara was the one who assigned Toto to be Zaku's teacher, basically teaching Zaku how to be a lethal weapon, which killed his dad. Kirihara covered up the murder, but didn't help Zaku at all, dealing with the fact that he killed his father. Kirihara hoped killing his dad doesn't mess up Zaku. Best to do nothing. Isn't always. Peter John reveals that Kirihara told Zaku to join the Britannian military. Stage 4 reveals that Zaku found abandoned him to join the military, and Kirihara said nothing. Very true. Kira, hey guys, I'm the one who told Zaku to join the military. Perhaps don't leave him alone. Okay. Yeah, he kind of fudged him up. You know what? That's a really good point. No need to apologize. I love your comments. They're great. Right. Fair point. Also, why did Toto Katsunori agree with the whole let's cover Zaku killing Genbu? I have no idea. I guess because they were trying to protect him. Everyone protects Zaku in the story. Remember when he fired the flail warhead and they said that Guilford did it? So this is very common in the story to protect Zaku. It's one of the themes, I guess. It's not my favorite theme in the story, but it is a theme, so that's probably the reason behind it. It would have been good to give Genbu some dialogue. We could have known about his character. Yeah, that would have been a nice new scene there, perhaps, but nope. I agree with that. That sounds very in keeping with Eastern morals. Don't make waves. Always have blame, even when it's not your fault. Could be. That's a fair point. I think if Len Ogie's bed was on top of the Adult Swim fan service list, yeah, that was a great scene. I think the source differs if Toto knew or not. It's true that Toto basically also banned Zaku, way to leave a 10-year-old to deal with the trauma of killing his father. Yeah, it wasn't handled well. Let's be honest. It was not handled well. That's for sure true. If the creators want to retold Code Geass, why not take the Brotherhood or Hunter x Hunter treatment? Just expand and fix the story into series, have a trilogy. Yeah. And now they did it recently with Fruit Basket. That was the option. I completely agree with you. Like, why not just do that? Everyone in the midst of most people, sorry, not everyone, most people say Brotherhood was better than an Alchemist, and Code Geass could have done the same thing. You could have, I mean, Hunter x Hunter. No, I don't finish my sentences. I'm always like all over the place. But Hunter x Hunter or Time Hunter, however you say it, is what 110 episodes. It's really long. Okay, so if they made Code Geass a 100 episode show, I don't think anyone would have complained if it was not full of filler and showed more of the story. Literally thinking of a Code Geass show of 100 episodes is just insane. That would be awesome. I would love if you had a Code Geass kind of remake or expansion like Gundam. Yeah, for sure. I don't disagree with that. Because when they animated some scenes from the picture dramas, they only had one that I know of, and that was the first scene when Lelouch carries Donnelly up the stairs. But yeah, they should have had more. Absolutely, they should have just had those scenes in this film. The ones that mattered, anyways. The ones that filled in the plot points, like Jeremiah, how he failed Marion. That could have been a good scene to have, but no, we can't do that because we suck. Okay, the anime writers admitted that Sunrise Mandate forced them to abandon most of their ideas for R2. The Zero Record was pretty much all that made sense, made it in for season 2. Okay, well, now that Code Geass is popular and it did well, then go back and fix your mistakes. Oz Reflection was a big retconner. Just start with that, I guess. Well, I'm saying it was a good comment. Um, I think that Code Geass had enough ongoing for 3 seasons than just 2. And enough going on for 3. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Oh, okay. Giga did a video on it. I don't remember that. He did a video on Yuffie. I'm gonna look it up real quick. I'm not gonna watch it right now, but I'm just take a look. Let's see. Um, Giga, and we'll say Yuffie. Okay, for some reason it didn't come up. Oh, I think I spelled his name wrong. Let's see. Gigic. Um, I don't see it here. Let me just type in Yuffie real quick. I don't know if you have the source for it, send it to me because I can't find it. But you can't. By the way, you can't put links in the chat. So just put the name of the title of the video. You can't put links. So and because you're like, why is it not appearing? Because YouTube sucks. That's why. What's up, dude? Thanks for first time by. It starts with that's an interesting idea. We start with the audience on Zaku's side since we hear only later on to get Lucy's perspective to learn the truth. Yeah, could have worked, but we didn't get that instead. I'm very satisfied with R1, not so much of R2. Last episode are great, but the first 20 are paced really slow and all over the place. Very true. And last comment R1 only had 6 episodes devoted to frame battles. R2 has only 15. Yeesh. Defend the Yuffie moment. I don't think that was Gigat. Wasn't that replay value? Are you talking about replay value? Because defending the I'm sorry, I wrote depending. That's not English. Okay. Let's see. Defending the Yuffie moment. Yeah, that's replay value. That's not Gigic. That's still a good video. I watched it, but that's not yeah, that's not Gigic though. That's a good video though. All right, let's get back to our discussion. Okay, so now let's see. All right, Lelouch takes over the Kyoto. I discussed the whole backstory, how they changed the images of what Lelouch thinks about when he sees Kaguya. Meanwhile, Yuffie will not survive the surgery. I don't recall him doing anything particular with this one. I was thinking that if you wanted to justify Yuffie dying here, I guess you don't have to because Miles on the story. But hey, they could have mentioned she was shot in the heart, that's why she's dying, and they couldn't fix her or anything like that. Anyway, Zaku talks to Yuffie about what was going on. Nothing really changed here too much. Everyone was upset with what Yuffie did. It's the whole contrast where like Suzaku was trying to talk to Yuffie about the SADS, how it went well. Meanwhile, everyone is screaming about this and they're upset. Understandably too, because they don't know what happened. So there's no like issues with that. Lelouch declares the United States of Japan. Meanwhile, Yuffie dies in Suzaku's arms and it ends. Now, and then she dies. A lot of notes about this. Like I said before, no setup at all why this matters to me. I know that Yuffie and Saku love each other, but again, one scene could have been more. They cut out so much that it's hard for me to care as much as I should have. Maybe because I saw the anime and then watched the films is why I'm more angry with the scene. I don't know, but definitely wasn't handled well. Also, when she died in the original anime, there was a whole compilation of scenes. You see like Suzaku being held by I'm sorry, not images, still images. You see Suzaku being held by a bunch of people. You see Cornelia reacting, Guilford reacting, a bunch of back to back to back stuff. And then here they show you nothing. You just see Cornelia by the fireplace. That's it. You don't even hear people saying zero in the background when Yuffie died, which I thought was a very powerful moment. You hear the heart monitor going flatlining while also hearing people chanting zero, and they cut that out from the story, which was really that's a powerful scene, and they got rid of it. That really pissed me off. That's one of the most powerful scenes in the entire season. They cut it out there, so that was kind of bullshit. Let's see what else here. Oh yeah, Cornelia, like I said, she wasn't in the battle, so they cut to this scene her over the fireplace instead of showing it later on. It's fine. It doesn't really bother me too much. Let's see. Didn't miss anything else. There's a bunch of stuff that happens between these two scenes. They kind of cut it out. Like the Black Knights are going into battle. There's a scene where Suzaku hits Lloyd in the face to get the USB. They took that out for some reason, so you could apply the Lancelot. I'm not sure why. I'm trying to think. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. I skipped something. That's not okay. I knew I got something wrong here. Okay. That's later on. What they actually cut out is the following. We don't see the 11 take control of the SADS. We don't see them preparing to battle. Oh, they also don't show. You know how when Lelouch gets a call from Nunley, which is right during this time, and then he feels bad about what happened to Yuffie. They cut out the call for some reason. I don't know why. And then, of course, C2 still hugs him and tells him he'll be with you to the very end. So they kept that part in the story. I'm like, this film is all over the place. The plot threads are hard to keep track of, so I'm a little ahead of myself there. Okay, they show what's going on here. This has the same plotline before. This is important here. So in the original anime, Guilford is actually waiting for Cornelia to appear because she shut herself in a room after Yuffie died. In this version, she doesn't do that. She never goes into battle either, and she actually joins them immediately. So they cut this scene short so they don't have to show Cornelia in her room, even though they did already. They don't have to spend too much time on that plot thread. Ogie's talking to Valletta, and they kept this scene in, which I guess is fine. Although she claims it's the first time he's called her Chigusa. Is it that the first time? I don't remember. I thought he called her something earlier. Maybe they retroactively retconned it. And then, of course, Valletta gets attacked by those thugs. That was good stuff. Also, we don't see Nina freaking out when Yuffie died because, again, they don't want her to look like that crazy racist girl from the original series for whatever reason. Oh, that's another thing, too, I forgot. This is very important, too. Very important. When Lelouch looks at C2, because Geass has gone, he can't control anymore, she's like, don't worry. Geass doesn't work on that. You know that, don't you? And I'm thinking, no, he doesn't know that. He never knew that because, remember, the only time he knew that Geass did not work on her when he officially didn't know was with Mao because, hold on, my computer's not cooperating. I want to get the timer going. Okay, get out of the way. Because remember what happened? They were at the school clubhouse, and says Lelouch was, C2 told Lelouch, I'm going to go to Mao, bye-bye. And then it was like, C2, don't go. And she looked at him saying, Geass doesn't work on me. Then she walks away. That scene is not in the films. This conversation has no context behind it. Yes, she joked with him they still have the scene where she joked with him in early on. I think it was stage 5, I want to say. It was stage 5, where she said, would Geass work on me in a joking manner? But that doesn't mean anything because Lelouch only learned it didn't work on her was with Mao because he didn't want her to leave. But here, they don't show that context behind that. So this conversation makes no goddamn sense because they don't discuss this. They don't discuss how Geass can one day overpower him. They just throw it at you, which is a failure of this film. Okay. I'm glad I remember that part. I may have notes too, but still. Then we see Nina working on the bomb, and I'm pretty sure we don't skip anything else at this point. Just making sure. We don't see the BKs mobilizing. They're like on the G1 base traveling to fight. That's not in there. C2 talks to Marion, and I believe that they don't have any of that subplot in the story either. I don't think C2 ever talks to Marion once in these films. They must have removed it because it wasn't really handled well. And I'll definitely admit that whole subplot was pretty contradictory because I don't want to go too much into this, but there's certain parts where if C2 was talking to Marion and Marion was working with Charles and Charles was trying to get C2, I think you know where I'm going with this. And also, if C2 was talking to V2 about sending them to Common Island, it doesn't make any sense. So cutting out is fine with me. This part I don't understand. Nina wants to avenge Euphemia. Why? Because she gave her an award once. She never talked about her much in these films. She never showed much interest in her. An award, that means nothing to me. Look, I'm happy for the professor that gave me my diploma when I graduated from college. And I worked hard for that damn diploma. But if some guy killed him, I wouldn't be like, I'm going to avenge you. Okay, you think I'm insane. In fact, here's the irony, right? They wanted Nina to look less crazy in this story by getting rid of all her freakout moments and racism. They actually kind of made her more crazier because her devotion to help Yuffie here is literally out of nowhere. It's really bad. Also, they touched up this part here. I don't know why, but there's that. V2 introduces himself to Suzaku, and that whole subplot occurs. Lelouch wants to go capture Cornelia. Did I skip anything from the film or from the show? Well, they don't show Cornelia arriving to help with the forces because, again, she didn't hide away to begin with. They skip Lelouch rallying the forces and only show Dalton. I'm not sure what that was about Dalton. Oh, him traveling right in the what's it called, in those air carriers, those carriers they use for the nightmare frames. And I believe, yeah, so that's that. The rest of the scene is exactly accurate. They don't change much here. Yeah, this I'll talk about. They show Dalton, but they skip everything else around him. And then here, so in stage 23, you see Lelouch like rallying with all the troops in the background. He detonates the settlement. Then we go to, and he laughs maniacally, which was an awesome scene. Then we go to stage 24, where they show the same thing, but from Jeremiah's perspective, and also Cornelia's. The films just go right to that perspective. So we see Jeremiah's awakened, and then he hears Zero's voice. He freaks out. Lelouch says, "You have till 12 o'clock," and he destroys all the settlement, collapses it, and everyone's in danger. Um, Details like, the student must be Zero. I'm like, how? I never understood that logic to begin with. Even the original anime, that was the same thing. Lelouch explains his plans to go and get Charles and use Geass on him to learn what happened to his mother. So again, consistent with the original anime. Now, what I mentioned before was, how they brought the Glass to Knights into the story? They made a specific scene to show them, right? They don't do any fighting in this episode. They're supposed to take out the Black Knights early on when like Toto was going to take out Cornelia, but this one guy took the shot for her. Then Guilford fights Toto. Then later on, the Glass Knights back up Guilford. None of that is in this film, and most of the Glass to Knights, Dalton's sons, don't do much in these films. So I have no idea why they specifically showed them in that one scene with the school festival. I'm not sure. You could have had them as throw-ins; it would have been just the same, in my opinion. Strange creative decisions there. Okay. They go to the school grounds because that's where they're going to have their base at. Lelouch takes out a bunch of, I believe it's ships or something. He talks to people and asks them where they're going. Just like the original, nothing changed here. I believe Schneider decides to go into combat, and Odysseus is happy about that, I guess. I don't know. Let's see, anything skipped here? Because they skipped a lot of stuff. They don't show the part where Cornelia rallies her troops and Toto and Guilford fight each other, which I mentioned. They skip Suzaku punching Lloyd to take the USB so he can part the landslide. They skip the Glass to Knights helping out during the battle. They cut the Raiko scene where the Black Knights actually start, moving in. Basically, all the cool stuff is not in this movie. to put it simply, all the cool stuff that happens is not here. At least the parts I think were cool. They took that out. So now we're here with Detard. He's talking. He takes over the TV station. The story of the century. Then the Black Knights take over the Ashford Academy, and we get that scene where River's like, "Lower your guns," and Tommy's like, "I don't care. I'm gonna hit you," and he's like, "Stop it! Don't do that. I said not to hurt anyone." Tommy's like, "I don't understand English. I'm gonna hurt them later." And then Colin reveals herself as some of the Black Knights, and this part here really frustrates me. Really frustrating. She says, "I suspect that Lulu is in the Black Knights." Now, I think I speak for everyone when I say this. How does this determine anything? So she is saying in a nutshell that, okay, how does Colin being the Black Knights have anything to do with Lelouch being in the Black Knights? Because you could argue that in the original anime, Colin and Lelouch were out all the time together. They like, okay, not together, but they were out consistently at the same time. So Shirley thought they were dating. She told Colin that in those episodes. I think it was like 7, I think, and maybe 9. I forget which. But she mentioned she mentioned how like they're always out, and there's some kind of suspicious thing where like they're out together, or are they out together? So that's how she might have deduced it in her mind. In this film and the previous, she never once thinks about this. In fact, we don't get many scenes of Shirley to begin with. So why would she assume that because Colin isn't present, or I'm sorry, Colin's in the Black Knights, that Lelouch is in the Black Knights? That doesn't make no sense. I mean, where's the connection there? At least in the original anime, it was much better because she said like, okay, you did something to me. I'm like, oh, my camera's out of batteries. Looks like, poop. My camera died. Yay. Okay. Yeah, my camera died. I gotta get the mic. I gotta get my 1 second. Yeah, let me get my other backup batteries in there. All right, 1 second. I guess I'll talk while I'm doing this. The point I'm trying to make is that you can't have Shirley. You can't have Shirley saying this when it makes no sense because I don't know how anything this has nothing to do with anything. At least in the original anime, her to say like, "Oh, you did something to me," that at least makes more sense because she was just speaking generally speaking that someone did something to her. Could have been Lelouch or some of the Black Knights. Um, and at least she had some context to think that Colin and Lelouch were hanging out together. So it kind of works. But in here, they never set this up. So if you had prior knowledge of the series, this would have made sense. If you didn't, it does not. So there's that. Hopefully this fixed my camera. Okay, let me get my hopefully this worked. Please work. Work? Okay. So that's the issue I have with this scene. I think other than that, I have no problems. Like I think it's cool they changed up a little bit because remember she can't talk about being Geass because she wasn't Geass, so they can't use that part here. But they should have changed it to something else though. Make more sense. Here's Shinkei's first introduction to the story. There's a part where in the massacre you see his back to the wall in the Chinese Federation. They picked this one instead. I think it makes more sense because one, this kind of explains why they worked together in early on in R2. So, and also the fact that they fled to them later on. So this kind of makes more sense. Just a thought there. See, they're all happy to get their help. Here's the Raikou that was being used before, and Suzaku takes him out. V2 explains how Geass power works. Valletta again thinks about it as well, but she didn't call it Geass power. She just calls it some ability to control people's minds, hypnosis, if you will. And Lelouch is responsible for this. Okay, we get this scene, and this is great. So I posted something on Reddit about this, and the sub in these films, I don't know what it is, but they're really bad. Or they're overdone. I shouldn't say they're bad. They're just overdone. Like she tells Suzaku to STFU, and I thought that was funny. But he owns her too, which is yeah. I love how he defeats her here. I discussed it in a different video, but it's just so brilliant. He knows that her arm is her only weapon, basically against him. So he baits her to grab one of his Lancelot arms. He detaches it so her arm is preoccupied. Then he blows up with the Varus, which was in the other hand of his Lancelot. So that was good stuff. Absolutely one of the best. One of the best scenes in the film, or even the original anime too. Lelouch, of course, saves Colin to bait Zaku to follow him. We see again the Glass Knights, which is great, but they have no real purpose in the story. In fact, we only see half of them get killed. They're killed off screen for some reason because they don't want to show them. And then this whole thing about how like the planes or the air, the reinforcements are coming soon. And she's like, okay, leak that to the Black Knights so she can take out Zero, which I thought was great. This is basically the same as you thought before. And then Chigisa appears, and we know what happens there. She shoots him. Shirley does her Gendo impersonation, and it's like, yeah, he won't harm us, which is, again, why would she think that? She doesn't even know he's in the Black Knights. Zero is one thing, but like Lelouch, she doesn't know he's even in charge. She just suspects him being like some random person in there. So I'm not sure how she made that deduction. Okay. We don't show Asahina talking to Toto. They skip that part. They skip Lelouch taking out the air support. He just lands on a settlement. We don't see the students' council going to help Zaku and Nina. And Nina appearing in the Ganymede. We only see Cornelia saying she'll avenge Yuffie. So the reason why that's a problem, we'll get to in a second. But okay, so Zaku gets trapped by the he gets trapped by the Gefion trap. Lelouch leaves him. He lands on the on the top of the Tokyo's the government bureau, which looks like the area's villa. C2 is like, I'll tell you when the day comes. No, you never will. Okay. Cornelia tries to kill Lelouch. And again, we don't have Nina saying she'll be avenged. They skip that part. Um, we see Valletta shooting Ogi. He should have died here. I still hold it. There's no way he should survive that. The battle isn't going well, obviously, because Lelouch is an incompetent Nightmare Frame pilot. She takes him out here. Before she kills him, though, Dalton saves Lelouch by taking out Cornelia, and then he kills Dalton. So there's that. Now we see Nina Nully by herself, and the problem here is that in the original anime, everyone left Nully to save Suzaku. That's why they abandoned her. In the film, we don't see that. So Nully's by herself, and you're thinking, wait, why is she by herself? What happened to everyone else? No idea. Again, if you're going to cut out things, you got to make it make sense, but they don't make it make sense. They just kind of ignore it. That's one of the worst parts of these films is like, you can't just do that. Oh my God, she's by herself. Great. Why is she by herself? I don't know. Is that UC2 as opposed to Millie or everyone else? I'm not sure. It's V2, of course, and he kidnaps her. Meanwhile, this is, but we're done with episode 24. We're on episode 25 because Cornelia is laid out on the floor like that since Dalton took out her nightmare frame. Okay, so now Lelouch talks to Cornelia about a bunch of different things. Specifically, why he's doing this in the first place, which is to make a better world for Nunnally. He wanted information about Cornelia, so he used Geass on her to talk about it. And he talks about who killed his mother and all that stuff. Now, during the conversation, it's the same as the original anime. They changed one important part where in the original anime, Lelouch asked her, hey, weren't you investigating this? What came of that? And then she said, oh, Schneider recovered the body, yada, yada. They don't show that here because Kamina Island didn't happen. So Lelouch didn't know that she was investigating it because Yuffie told him. So that was actually a good fix on their part. Why they couldn't do the same nuanced other stuff, I don't know. Anyway, so C2 and Lelouch go to help out Nully, who's in Kamina Island. And Lelouch is like, wait, you didn't want their Shigina Island? Because again, that never happened in the original anime. Or in this film, they cut it off in the original anime. Also, they don't have Jeremiah fight Lelouch the first time around on top of the bureau. They cut that whole part out. Anything related to that is all out of the movie. We have Nina crying here about how she couldn't get the Security to finish her bomb. We also don't see her in the original anime. She comes out much earlier with this device when Suzaku is being saved by the Avalon and Cecile. Which, by the way, they cut that out too, and they cut out this scene, which is the most important scene in the whole show. You know which one I'm talking about, but in case you need a refresher, let's go to that real quick. This is the oh wait, I'm looking at the wrong season. That's important too, but hold on. This is the most important scene in R1. They cut it out, which is really insulting, but whatever. Like, you cannot have, in my opinion, you cannot have the films or Code Geass without this scene. So the fact that they didn't include it is bullcrap. This is the most important scene in the show, and they didn't have it. So automatically a bad story. But they skipped out, like, in all seriousness, they skipped out a bunch of stuff. I mean, here we go. First battle between Lelouch and Jeremiah. Cecile's amazing scene. Cecile and the students rescuing Suzaku and the other students. Lelouch leaving the Black Knights to go to Kamina Island. He tells Toto, hey, I'm out, all up to you now. That's gone. Ogi telling Colin to follow Zero because he can make her brother's dream come true. That does not actually happen here, and it actually comes out later on in the conversation in turn 22. Believe it or not. The Ganymede appearing with Nina doesn't work because she actually failed to get it going. The rest of it, they just they don't explain any of it. Yeah, that was kind of a mouthful, but they just, wow, they got rid of a lot of stuff. Again, I might want to do a follow-up video because there's even more stuff I didn't realize they changed. This is a brand new scene. We see Jeremiah going out to battle. Anson has skipped all that stuff there. We just see C2 and Lelouch landing. They got rid of the whole Geass trap, so no emotional scene between Lelouch and C2 about how she's not alone and he'll be with her. Nope, that's completely gone. Jeremiah instead fights them, and they change this whole entire circumstance of the battle. The dialogue that Jeremiah says is more about restoring my honor and clearing my name instead of nothing, which he spoke about earlier. So yeah, they cut that whole part out. C2 still sacrificed herself to take out Jeremiah. So they at least kept that consistent. At least Naomi's death wasn't removed from the story. They kept that one. And then we get to the final confrontation. I believe it's all the same. There's one difference, not the confrontation, but Colin is shown later on traveling with an airship to go to Kamina Island. There's no context for it, though. They never explain how she knew to go there. In the anime, Ogi saw Suzaku and told her to follow him. In the films, she just goes knowing he's there, which is really ill. It was like, oof. Oh, no, it's about the same thing. They stare at each other. Lelouch, Suzaku, they shoot each other. I don't believe the rest of the dialogue, I believe, is basically the same. Although he talks about him killing. This is another thing, too, I didn't like. During this conversation, Lelouch says, "You killed your father, didn't you?" And Suzaku's like freaked out. And what I'm thinking here is, where is it? Where is it? I don't have the dialogue, but or the subtitle. But he told him like, "You killed your father," and Suzaku should have said, "Wait, how do you know that? How do you know you killed my father?" See, at least in the original anime, Mao was there. He was literally witness to hearing that information, so he doesn't have to ask him that question. But here, he has no idea. He has no idea how he knows that. He just goes, "Well, okay, that was kind of random. I don't know how you know my most deepest secrets, but you just do, I guess." So that one was kind of baffling. I'm like, wait, how did he know that he... Okay, whatever. I'll just ignore and move on. So that's they have the same confrontation as last time. One little change here, though. So Colin, there's a little new scene. Yeah, right here. No, not that one. I don't have it here, but it's a really quick scene. You remember how early on I mentioned there's a scene where you see Zero saying we're going to Shigen Island, just to transition between one scene to another? They do the same thing here. They have Colin reacting in a brand new scene where Lelouch, it's not a brand new scene, it's in addition to a previous scene, where Suzaku takes out Lelouch. A little transition scene there. So there's that. Let's see. They skip Toto and D-Tard freaking out. Oh, one note. I think the reason why they added more lines to Jeremiah was to remind the audience of why he's fighting Lelouch in the first place. I assume that was the reason. Okay. And I believe... Yeah, that's it. Okay. Then we get to the end of the R1. We're finally to R1. It took about over an hour and 19 minutes, which is just great stuff. Then we get a series of brand new scenes to kind of bridge us from R1 to R2. The first scene is saying that the riots are under control, and Shadow's like, I guess he missed the forest for the trees because they lost, essentially. We have Charles talking to Nelly saying, when it's over, we'll talk about what happened. This scene, I think, causes more damage than harm because this implies that Nelly spoke to Charles, yet never tells Lelouch about this, so I would not have had this scene at all. It actually adds more problems than it solves. I'm not saying this didn't happen in the original anime, but it's kind of... I got mixed feelings about it because if she talked to Charles, she should have told Lelouch about it. We know they spoke in the original anime, right? There's a scene where they're talking about Lelouch, but in here, it just seems kind of random. Plus, Sora of Akasha, I don't know. They don't have the scene where she talks to him in the original anime. That's why it's here. But something about this just doesn't sit right with me. Also, we have to have V2 say that, hey, Suzaku caught him. So that's that. Here we see that everyone's losing. So Kaguya and D-Tard are going to the Chinese Federation. That's the purpose behind this scene. I also think that they had this here to show that everyone kind of fled to the Chinese Federation. This is my headcanon because the film doesn't clearly state this, but I believe the reason why we don't see a rescue scene like we did in Turn 4 is because everyone was in the Chinese Federation the whole time. They fled there. That's my headcanon because I have no clue. C2 is swimming because I guess some people thought that she couldn't have survived that explosion when she fought against Jeremiah, which again is ridiculous because of course she could survive. She's immortal. They've made that very clear in the story. So, I don't know. For the small percentage of fans who didn't think she could survive, this is the proof she did. We see the moon, by the way, eclipsing. By the way, side note, I like how in stage 26, which is the Janissary Code story, I have it up if you want to watch it on my channel. But in stage Janissary Code, stage 26, Colin rescued C2 from the Gwain, and that's also how they recovered it too, I believe. They should have done that originally. Colin should have left. She should have fled from Suzaku, received C2's message, and rescued her. That would have made way more sense than this. But anyways, we'll move on from that. Okay. This scene is extremely frustrating, and let me explain why. So when Lelouch is being geassed by Charles, he tells him to live as a normal person. He says, like, you're going to be a... Okay, I don't have it here, but he said you're going to be an average person. You can watch it again if you're curious, but it was something like that nature. Yeah, see, about being zero, Mario Nulli, and you're going to be like an average, individual. Here's why this pisses me off, because in Akito the Exiled, Lelouch becomes Julius Kingsley after Charles used Geass on him. Okay, that's what happened. Now, Akito came out after R2, so you can argue it's a bit of a retconning with a midquel. This film took place or came out in 2018, I believe. 2017, doesn't really matter. So Akito is already in this, is now already happened, and we know about it. In this same film, there is a scene where Rollo and Suzaku meet, and Suzaku says, "Hey, I met you in the EU," which means that Akito is part of this film universe. So with all that in mind, why didn't Charles say, "I'm going to make you my servant, and I'm going to send you to the EU"? Why didn't he just say that, and then you have a scene where Julius is recovered with Suzaku by Rollo, and then we transition back to the story that we know of, where we see Suzaku talking to Rollo about the EU stuff. Wouldn't that have made more sense than to show what happened after Rollo rescued Julius and Lelouch? That would have been the scene after this one. So we see him being geassed, then we see Rollo rescuing Julius and Suzaku, and then we see, I'm going to go ahead, skip ahead here, then we see this scene. Wouldn't that have made more sense? Like, you want to tie the story up, that would have been a perfect new scene to add. That would have been an obligatory scene, I feel like, because he didn't just tell him to be a normal person. He made him Julius Kingsley. You can't just pretend like Akito exists in a story, and I'm sorry, say it exists in a story, but then pretend he doesn't exist. Come on. You can't, that's horrible inconsistent writing. See, I met you in the EU. No, you didn't, apparently, because Charles didn't tell him to be Julius Kingsley. Ugh. Man, why? Anyhow, continuing on here, we see Suzaku staring out to the clouds, I guess. I don't know. Not only was rescued, apparently she was claimed to have been captured by Kyoto. That was the story they're running on there. There's Bowie Colaris, and apparently Kyo helped out. Remember, Kyo didn't die in stage 10. And stage 11 rather, and the Statfeld family helped out, so maybe someone here is associated with that family. I don't know. There is that, but this scene is just really frustrating. Or the previous one was frustrating. This one's fine. This is their story, how they got Nulli to come back to Britannia and become the viceroy, I guess, or at least saved. I don't know. So there is that. She was missing, taken into custody. Then we see Suzaku joined the Knights of the Round, and Bradley chucks a dagger at him because they cut that scene out from later on in the story, so they threw it here. What's frustrating about this scene is that we see all the Knights of the Round together, which is cool, but Dorothea is looking at Suzaku. Look at us, for crying out loud. Give her a scene where she at least looks at the damn camera. Ugh. Really frustrating stuff there. Then Anna's like, "Hey, I met you at Shiken Island," which is weird because I don't think they talked once, and she fired on him and he escaped. So they didn't actually meet in the island, but I know they're going with there. There's Gino. He introduced himself after berating Bradley for being an asshole, because he kind of is. Nina goes to work for Cannon and Schneisel because Lloyd recommended her, which makes sense, and that should have been the original anime because this is a perfect transitional scene. Although I don't know what her motivations are at this point, because In the original anime, it was to avenge Yuffie, and here it's like, is it still to avenge Yuffie? Because again, like you weren't that close to her. I don't know. She also seems more sympathetic and kind here, which is not how she was at this point. Again, they changed her whole character. Not a fan of that at all. We have Bismarck talking to Suzaku here because in the original anime, there's a big plot hole where Charles said no one knew about Geass except for you and me, but actually Bismarck knew, and they fudged that up. So here they fixed it by saying, okay, the only people who know about Geass is just you and me in the OSI. So they fixed that plot hole. They also don't show Suzaku talking to Charles at the Sword of Akasha, so that's why this is here as well. We meet Rollo, who's also Nebros apparently, and they explain his Geass power. I'm not sure why they do this, other than maybe because they don't show it in the same way. Because remember, R2 has just started, and they cut out so much of it early on, so they have to throw so much at you to catch you up to what's happening here. We're still kind of between the two seasons right now. They want to observe, see if Lelouch gets his memories back. That's what's going on there. They discuss how Bismarck changed everyone's memory. Saku asked why. They don't really explain the answer. So there's that. Suzaku asked Bismarck. Bismarck tells Charles about it. Charles says, I don't care what you told him. It doesn't matter. And Bismarck explained the Triangular LC2. So they explained all that stuff because you won't see it in the film in the way R2 originally showed it. This is Rollo observing Lelouch. Sorry about that. This is Rollo observing Lelouch. He's talking to Suzaku. He hasn't found anything suspicious about him. I think Lelouch is playing some kind of sport here. So maybe he is athletic. Who knows? He's talking to Rivals while he's painting. I'm not sure. Eating food, whatever. Being normal stuff. Suzaku goes to EU. One of the big difference that in this story versus the original anime is that Suzaku is not part of. He's in the EU for most of the story, so he's not around during the Chinese Federation stuff. He's not around for. He doesn't come back to school ever, basically, until the very end. So they changed that whole plot thread. We see C2 swimming again. I'm not sure if anyone even knew that that she was still alive. Again, I'm not sure why that's even a confusing part, but they threw that in there. And then Zaku is saying that Lucius is not how it used to be. If something happens, tell Lord Wolstein. And then he mentioned also that Suzaku doesn't even act up on Nunnally. So, I'm sorry, not Suzaku, Lelouch, because of the Geass effect. All right, I'll read some comments, and then we will continue on here. All right. All right. The trilogy films fell a lot slower in setting the pace, to be honest. Very true. They sure did. Continuing on here. Sorry, streamer does not digress when it comes to this. More scenes teasing Lucius and Teacher's relationship would have been appreciated since they are ambiguous. They're ambiguous in love resurrection. Very true. They should have more. I agree. I like Lucius saying he could never see his friends again. The contact line bugs me so much. Lenses. Well, it's funny in the films they shoehorned it in there, but yeah, it's true. I believe it was in that video, the defending Yuffie moment. The guy said like, how come, or not how come? His complaint was if Lelouch Geass became uncontrollable, they should have kept that throughout and had made that a consequence. But the contact lens ruins that. So that's a fair critique, by the way. I wouldn't be that harsh, but look, they're important in the story because they die throughout R2 as a kind of a sign or a sad. What's the term I would put it? It's just kind of a tragic part of the story. You know, Dalton died, then his kids die along with him. That's why I thought it was in there. Plus, they are cool characters. At least Claudio is. The rest of them are kind of meh. That's why they're in the story, in my opinion. But in the films, they could have cut them all out. It would have been no difference. Yeah, that's true. The four holy swords had bigger moments, which are also cut out in these films too, which is very true. Yeah, he has a cool line though. He comments on Saku's fighting style. That's true. I don't know. I guess so. Yeah, must have been. I gotta check it again. By the way, I don't really remember, but I gotta check that part. Senba, he looked cool and older. Yeah, he was a cool guy. I had no problem with Senba. Yeah, unfortunately, in the original anime, I mean the films, they don't show that. That's a good point too. Fair point. But in the films, they don't show that. I don't know. I'm skeptical of that one. Sometime tomorrow. Not sure what he means by that. If you mean the films, they're then really nothing. McCloud is a good boy. I guess you could argue that since Lelouch hadn't been in school lately, if Colin was gone for a while and revealed to be part of the BK, makes Lelouch was part of BK too. Yeah, but there's no connection. They were hanging out together. That's the problem. If Shirley had seen them hanging out together, you'd have a good point. But they don't show that in this film. The anime did. That's the problem. Yeah, I suck at I suck at getting my camera going. Um, you know what it is? I am a hypocrite. I absolutely admit it. The difference though is that Cecile's fan service I think is much better than Colin's. It's not as it's more there's more what's the term? Finesse, tact, professionalism. Like Colin, they shove her butt in your face. Cecile, it's like we show her changing. That's the most fan service you get, or that one dress she wears. Look, I'm a hypocrite. I won't lie. It is what it is. I think Collins is too much. You know, if you a little bit here and there, sprinkle it, it's okay. But they overdid it. That's I think it might be the issue. You know, it's too much. Cecile, it's like barely in there, and when it is, it's very welcomed. Probably not. Yeah, yeah. I agree. He definitely tried to shoot him. That's not true. I totally agree with that one. Suzaku can dodge machine gun fire before live command. What's chance did Luch have? Oh, none. But you know, he was desperate for Nunnally to help Nunnally. That's funny. Uh, were these films made before the Akito movies? No, they're made afterwards. Akito came out in 2012. These came out in 2017. So no, they were afterwards. Yeah, right there. 2012, and the film 2016, and the films were made in 2017 to 2018. I know. Facts. Absolute facts. Yeah, this you can't do that. You have to like my head canon. This is probably what happened. Oh my god, probably. My head canon Luch went back to school, but was rewind white because EU was being too tough. Then he got rewind white back to Ashford. That's better than what we got, which was nothing. I'm not sure staying the alternative universe, but I think Luch is more reflect in the original anime. He must have been because you see him actually doing stuff. Honestly, Lucia should have never been involved in Akito at all. I agree. She never been in Akito. Very, very true. Don't like included. But if you're going to say Akito happened in this universe, and Suzaku met Rollo, you can't like not include the Julius part. That's weird. Is he okay? Definitely not. Yeah, that's true. So maybe it's not. I forgot about that, man. There's so much like in my head I can't keep. Yes, right. He was out of shape, so I guess it's not true. I don't know. A little more, but not too much. Will it be funny if Code Geass made a comedy show like The Simpsons? Luch as Homer, C2 as Marge, Suzaku as Bart, Colin as Lisa, Nelly as Maggie. It's a weird Nelly as Maggie. I guess it makes sense because Maggie doesn't. No, that doesn't make any sense. I'm not sure. That'd be funny though. I heard one person calls Cecile one of the most unnecessary Code Geass characters, so he disagree. I mean, probably. I mean, she definitely isn't necessary for sure. Um, her purpose in the story is to kind of be the Masato of the Code Geass and to be the opposition to Lloyd to keep Suzaku safe while he goes on his missions. And she cares a lot about him. But no, you probably couldn't have had her in the story. I don't disagree with that statement. I like her character, but I get it. She's not a main character. She's a side character, unfortunately. But she's based on Misato, which is kind of cool. And look, that's fair. A lot. She's definitely up there in my book too. They didn't mention anything about Oz Reflection because Oz Reflection came out after Arc 2, so that's why they didn't mention anything about it. I'm with you, man. I'm with you. No, it's fine. Look, if you don't like the Glass of Knights, it's a fair point. They have a purpose, but the show wasn't the best with it, or explaining it, because R2 is such a mess to begin with. You have the Glass of Knights, you got the Knights that are around. There's so many things going on. Not enough episodes. I like fan service when it actually has to be there for a reason. For example, the Colin Showers scene in episode 3 had an important discussion between her and Lelouch. Very true. Just like the picture drama in the same episode was also great. You had Colin, Shirley, and Nina and Millie talking about like their past and stuff. And I thought that was a great episode. They're taking a shower, which is in the bathhouse, which is what it is. But at least you got a lot of information out there, especially like how Millie and Nina had some kind of past together. So I totally agree with that for sure. Fun fact: Maribel has a full frontal nudity scene in the latest chapter, but classic Anne doesn't count if you don't draw it. When you say latest chapter, do you mean Resurrection or Oz of Reflection? Because Oz of Reflection ended already. And then they missed such a brief mention that it made almost no sense why they said Octa Exile took place. In this film, yeah, I don't know why I did that. It is, actually. Everything is. There you have the wizard, who is Alderaan Orpheus' grand uncle, sorry. You have Toto, uh, the Glinda Knights. That's what they're called, by the way, the Glinda Knights. That's like Alderaan's unit. It's called the Glinda Knights. Yeah, the whole thing is Oz Reflection. Sorry, Wizard of Oz reference. Also, in episode 3 of the original series, when Lelouch comes home, he says, "There's nothing like home, is there?" Which I believe is a reference from Wizard of Oz too. When Dorothy says, "There's no place like home," I believe Lelouch also says, "There is no place like home." So yeah, very true. Yeah, I'm gonna play that game when it comes out. And oh, Adrian. Okay, all right. We are skit scat moving on, just like that. Okay, let me start that clock. The cap suits you well. No cap. It's after Orpheus serves from the Japanese after they try to know YouTube acceptable things. Oh wait, Orpheus saves her and then tries to make out with her. That's funny. They both wanted some marriable action, huh? Hey, look, she's very attractive looking. I get it. Okay, we are now back to. Okay, let's see. Stairs in space. Clara's Nunnally. New scene of Nina joining canon. Bizarre tells Zaku. Okay. All right. So when we first see the part of R2, we see Zero talking to everyone. But they cut a bunch of stuff out. Here we go. Ready? They cut out the entire incident at Babylon Tower. They mention that he killed Colaris, but they don't show the damage, almost like it happened like way before. One of my theories is that one of the complaints about R2 was that how the Lelouch he killed Colaris and then escaped the Chinese Federation Council at the same time, which is a little contrived, which I kind of get it. My headcanon can kind of rationalize it, but sure, it's a little contrived. So here what they said to do was, okay, he killed Colaris, a separate event. Then later on, we see him with the Chinese consulate. So they were two separate events. That's how they handled it here. Um, that's my one thought. Zero says in this scene that he will continue acts of judgment instead of reinstating the United States of Japan. And the reason why he says this is um, because he's supposed to be a different Zero. One of the mistakes of the original anime was that the Zero that appeared in R2 was supposed to be a different Zero than the one that was killed by, Charles. They said he was executed. So one of the ways to make Zero different here is that he says, "Hey, I'm going to continue acts of justice, and not that I'm going to reinstate the United States of Japan." So at this point, there is no United States of Japan. They cut that whole part out of the story. I made a note saying like it never really went anywhere anyways, except for at the very end where another very end, but in stage turn 16, they went to go reclaim it after the UFN was ratified. And that was like the first thing they decided to do. But even then, so there's no United States of Japan that I'm aware of because it wasn't stated here. Anyways, Okay, just one foot out there. Again, a lot of information I got to talk about here, but there is that. We don't have any scenes of Shinkei with Go-Hai. There's like almost no. Anytime the Black Knights interact with the consulate, all of those are gone. The assumption is that they're already in the Chinese Federation to begin with, which they also then go to Horai Island. I keep thinking Horror Island from like what's that thing called? The Anchorman. Wanted to go into your home on Horror Island, but no, it's Horai Island. So basically, my theory, because again, the show doesn't state this outright, the Black Knights, after the Black Rebellion failed, all fled to Horai Island after communicating with Shinkei. That's what I think happened. So any time that involved the consulate wasn't a story. We don't have the rescue scene in turn 4. Basically, all that stuff was cut out. It goes all the way to, I want to say, like turn 12, 13. They cut out so much stuff from R2. It's disgusting. Okay, so we don't show Roll the Vincent. They don't show you 1 or 2. That's gone. We then see everyone's cheering because Zero came back. Ooh, that's interesting background. I love that. That's really cool. We see Suzaku talking to Waldstein about, how come you're hiding about Zero's Geass and who he is. They never explain that. But what's important here is that because he's asking Waldstein about Zero, he wants to go over there, and he tells him, don't go until the OSI confirms it. This is how they keep Suzaku in the EU the whole time. This is how they keep Suzaku in the EU the whole time, and he never actually goes to investigate. That was their reasoning behind this scene, as far as I know. So there is that. We have a scene of Charles talking to V2 but not telling Nelly about Zero's identity and Geass power. This actually takes place after this scene, but they put it before. I don't know. I'm not sure exactly where we are, but I think this is turn 4 or 5. Let's see. I think this is 5 or one of those episodes. Kaguya is talking to Tianzi because they're friends, obviously, but she has to go to, accompany her husband. I'm so glad they kept that subplot. That was sarcasm. Okay, more so they cut out. We don't have Lelouch and Shirley going to give Valletta a gift. That's why in the first film they show Shirley in that outfit, because we don't see that in the story. They cut it out when they want to give Valletta a gift. We don't show Lelouch manipulating Rollo to work with him. Anything in turn 3 is gone as well. So in a matter of, I'm not joking, in a matter of 30 seconds, they went through 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. I am not even kidding at this point. They cut out Rollo's past. They removed the rest of the Black Knights, if it ever happened to begin with. They removed everything from turn 3 to turn 8, except for Kaguya talking to Tianzi and Charles talking to V2. They don't show anything from turn 9 to turn 11, which means we don't see Nina as like a crazy person. We don't see the entire scene where Lelouch plays chess against Schneisel in the Chinese Federation. We don't see the wedding. We don't see the wedding crash by Shinkei. We don't see the girl get captured. As far as I know, the Knights of the Realm weren't even involved in that entire event, including Suzaku. So all that happens in the background, and none of it is shown to us, which was a huge mistake, because that was one of the best parts of R2. It wasn't entirely handled, I admit. I hated episode 10 because there's one part where Colin gets kidnapped, which I'm not even against her getting kidnapped, but the circumstances of which were handled poorly. All right, now we're back to the film. So we see V2 talking to Jeremiah about the plans to capture him because they want to go after him, even though Lelouch didn't know much about V2. The show did a better job of explaining this. I guess also this exists because Lelouch has motivation to go after V2 besides what happened to Shirley. Now, he was looking for the Geass order besides, or before Shirley even got, before she was killed in the original series, but that kind of like got him over the edge, if you will. So there is that. Let me hide this comment, by the way. Okay. Here's a scene that's supposed to fix a plot hole. Basically, if Nelly is the Viceroy, which means it's actually his turn 6 chronologically. I just went through like a bunch of stuff they got rid of because you wouldn't know the difference anyways. But anyhow, Because this is turn 6, or I'm sorry, because Nellie is the viceroy, she wanted to go see Lelouch, which actually is a fair question. Why couldn't she see Lelouch? And Alicia told her because he has amnesia and that would cause problems. Is this the best explanation in the world? Not really, but I guess it's good enough. Then we see a new scene of Zaku trying to figure out how is it that Lelouch is both at Ashford Academy, but also in the Chinese Federation. He says he was exiled there, so he's really confused about that. Also, Cecile is watching him, which I like that. And I love this animation, by the way, is really cool. It's one of the best parts of the film. It was really well done. He is very confused how he could be in two places at once, which was a fair point because he was confused about that originally. We see him here kicking ass in the EU while this is happening. So he's just really confused what's going on here. Then we skip. Okay, this is kind of frustrating. So you see Shirley is just right here, and Lucia's by her. This is right after in turn 11 when Psycho kissed her accidentally. Well, not he didn't. She did it on purpose to prevent her from going into to discovering their secret hideout because Lucia took over the OSI. Anyways, because they don't show that scene there, Shirley acting this way makes no sense because she was annoyed that Lelouch didn't, that he kissed her, and there's a whole context behind it. I'm not gonna get into here because that's a subplot dropped anyways. The point is, they want to throw in like Anya and Gino because Suzaku wants them to watch him, not him, Lelouch, but they also kind of conflict with the Shirley plot, so they kind of fudge that up. But at least per tradition, Shirley gets rejected and not rejected, but she gets ignored. So whatever. I'm not a fan of that, but that's the decision they went into. So in a matter of like 30 minutes, we went through like a bunch of episodes, and I might add, horribly done too. We get a new scene, which I forgot to include in my Cecile cooking video. Cecile cooking short, where she made this like miso soup, which nearly killed Lloyd, which is kind of funny. Also, why this exists too, which I just realized, I don't think there's any Cecile cooking scenes in any of these films so far. So they had to throw one in there to remind you, hey, by the way, Cecile likes to cook, and it annoys Lloyd. So there you go. The other purpose of the scene is to wrap up everything I just said. So because Zaku wasn't in the Chinese Federation and he was at the EU, the entire marriage between Prince Odysseus was called off. Because of what happened, obviously. The Gurren was captured. They got a new leader named Tianzi, I believe, is what they're mentioning there. And also and Shinkei as well, who took over. And they also captured the Gurren Flight Naval version. So there you go. And Lloyd wants to work on it. Summarizing like a bunch of stuff in a couple scenes. Then we see Colin, being captured, and they want to talk to her, obviously. So there's that. Okay. Then they skip 7 and 11. All that is gone. Let's see. All right. So turn 12 is cut out, except for the following things. Nellie visits Colin. That's in there. Cornelia invades the Geass Order, which is right here. For some reason, they show Guilford thinking about Cornelia after they show this scene, when I'm pretty sure it happened the other way around. We then get a new scene of Suzaku talking to Gino and Anya, explaining that the graduation already occurred. He missed it, which explains why, if you remember, because he's at the EU, right? So he couldn't have made it in time for the graduation. In the original anime, he actually showed up for it. There's a picture of him with Millie and stuff. Plus, the entire Cupid Day doesn't happen anyways. They cut that out. They're also watching Lelouch for Suzaku, which I will admit, this part makes more sense. Them just going to high school just to be there was dumb, but going there to watch Lelouch, that actually was a much better subplot. They should have had that in the original art too. That was actually a much better fix. He mentions how he recognized the Gurren pilot from the photos, I guess, which means they were not at the Chinese Federation. They did not get involved with the whole conflict between Shinkei and the what are they called? The High Eunuchs. And in fact, you could argue that probably what happened was Lelouch led a rebellion with Shinkei to take over the High Eunuchs. So that's probably what happened. Because he wouldn't make this comment if he saw Colin in the Chinese Federation, which is what happened. So they had to throw that in there. Now, what's kind of weird is that even though Millie has graduated at this point, she still talks to Suzaku. I don't know, not sure why. Also, they retouched up this background. I don't know why. Then we see the Geass order, and then Cornelia breaks in to bring to Bartley. She learns about what her dad did. Then we see Rollo talking to Suzaku, but everything is going great. Suzaku's kind of confused as to why things are going great. Ooh, am I getting connection issues? Hold on. Hold up. I'm seeing some bars drop. Okay, I think we're okay now. If I have connection issues, by the way, connection issues, let me know because I know usually after 2 hours stuff starts happening. Anyways, Suzaku's confused why Rollo is smiling like that. Remember that Lelouch has manipulated Rollo at this point to work for him. The films don't show it, so there is that. Okay, let's see. Also, not sure why Suzaku called them Nebros. I don't know. Okay, so continuing on here, we have everyone watching that Millie is now a weather person. We see Shirley's on the phone. They keep the same scene because Charles used Geass on her, so the canceller would still work, but the scene has been completely changed. Instead, this time around, she doesn't think about and stuff that happened in the original anime. She's actually quite calm, which is different from what she was in the show. Jeremiah also meets her and tells her to like don't get involved with this stuff or you might get killed. And one question that I had that I actually thought about this is from the movie. This is such a funny scene. Well, the sub is funny. If V2 knew that that Charles used Geass on certain people, shouldn't he have told Jeremiah to be a little careful about that? Unless, of course, he didn't tell Charles about it, which is what I think happened. So you do have that as well. They might have even talked about it too. I don't remember. I might be jumping the gun here, but that's one thing I noticed. And then, of course, he wants to find C2, and once he discovers whoopsies, I closed out the wrong thing. Once he finds C2, and I have to confirm if Lelouch got his memories back. Then we see Suzaku expressing his rage that Roll isn't doing his job. And he also thinks that V2 is actually working with Charles against him. He also mentioned, by the way, I don't have the sub here, but he mentioned that V2 and V2 brought Jeremiah and Suzaku to Kamina Island instead of Cecile rescuing him and then him meeting Cornelia and then knowing from her to go to Kamina Island. They just skipped that and said V2 rescued him. I don't know why, but that was their decision. And he realized that they don't care about him. We get to the scene where Suzaku comes back to the Ashford. They change the dialogue here because one, Rivel says, "Hey, you're back from the EU," instead of back from the government bureau. And two, instead of saying no, Lelouch is not in the building, he says he is in the building. That's the big change there. This scene actually happens way earlier on in the story, but they threw it out here in like, what we're at, like 14 at this point. So, yeah. Pretty crazy stuff. They decided to put out here later on when we come back to the EU. Again, my connection keeps dropping. Come on, StreamYard, stop this crap. It's only 3 hours. This always happens, but like I want to get through the films. Come on now. Okay. So we get to the new scene of Suzaku fighting Lelouch, who's actually disguised as Sayako. This is the only time we see Sayako fighting. We don't see her fight Jeremiah, so I guess they decided to do this instead. Not the end of the world, I suppose. Suzaku heads down and finds out everyone is still under Geass control, and the OSI has been completely taken over. Am I against how they decided to do this? I guess it's fine. It's a little rushed, but it's fine. Actually, it's not, but it's okay. All right, here we go. Here's an example of the casualties of these rush scenes, or cutting out stuff. This scene has a bunch of stuff to throw in there to, I guess, get us from one point to another. Number one, we learn that Sayako has been Lelouch this whole time, which is fine, but again, it wasn't as done well as it was in the original anime. Then we find out that Lelouch won't have Rollo kill Suzaku because he thinks he's working on his own, I guess. He then gets in the locket, which didn't happen. It happened much earlier on in the story, but they put it here. We see the Vincent because we didn't see it any other point in the story, so they had to throw it here, throw it at some point. And Rollo is the reason how they get into the Geass Order. And I will admit, this animation here is really horrible. That looks like it was terribly drawn. I'm not really impressed with that at all. Let's make sure I didn't miss anything because there's a lot to talk about here. Okay, nothing there. All right, another scene. We skipped a bunch of episodes, so here we go. So now we have C2 talking to Lelouch and Jeremiah. What do we learn from this? Like everything. I'm not even joking. Number one, he manipulated Valletta and Ogi somehow. We don't know exactly how that happened. Number two, he manipulated Rollo to work for him. Number three, he told Jeremiah randomly at some point that I am Marianne's son. Please join me. Who knows when that happened? Number four, apparently that C2 used removed the Geass thing or protected his memories or something through a kiss. Since we don't see the kiss because they cut it out, there's no context behind what she's talking about there. When he goes, I don't want kissed by a woman who didn't tell me about the Empress or something. Did he say kissed? I thought he said kissed. I don't know. And then he also really subtly he opens up his eye to take out the contact lens because C2 gave him a contact lens. They have to throw that part in here too. And then he says, how can you tell me about Charles' head of power? And she goes, well, you never asked. Also, V2 gave it to him. So what? You're on the same team. This is one of the biggest plot holes in the story is that C2 essentially hid information from Lelouch. And then when they talked about it, he never confronts her on it. And they tried doing it here, but it was god awful. It's one of the worst parts. They shouldn't have explained it at all. It was not handled well. This is where you need more time, in my opinion. And then he explains how V2 sees him a nuisance. They go attack the Chinese Federation. Not Chinese Federation. What is it called? The Geass Order. There we go. Colin talks not only about Lelouch as a brother. We don't see Suzaku come in there to interrogate Colin because we have this scene instead where he figured out that Lelouch is still alive. I mean, it got his memories back and lied to everyone. So he has no need to go and interrogate Colin. So they don't have that scene in the story, which is fine. We go right to the Geass massacre. He doesn't mention about Shirley because she's not dead. We don't see Rollo killing the kids, which honestly, I don't want to see that scene anyways. Other than that, it's basically the same thing. There's Bartley's dead. A bunch of people die. What else is new? Then they eventually fight V2. I don't think I missed anything here. Oh, we don't see C2 and Lelouch talk about the funeral because Shirley didn't die. We don't see the funeral at all because, again, didn't die. Yeah, that looks like it. Okay. When V2 fights Lelouch, he says, you remind me of Marianne instead of Charles. I don't know why they changed that. Cornelia's randomly shown with a nightmare frame. We don't even see Cornelia in the Geass, or like she invades it once, but we have no context for her even being relevant when she comes to fix it up here. We know what happened, but the movie doesn't tell us, so it's kind of frustrating. He's going to kill, by the way, Rollo Lelouch is because he hates him as being a fake brother, not because he actually, killed Shirley. So they kind of changed the motivations there. Let's see. Anything else they changed? I don't think so. No, that's it. It's the same thing. They take out V2. He crashes like just before. Charles takes his Geass power and ends that. They change the order of events here when they show you like turn 5 because we just finished turn 14. We're in turn 15 now. They show like stuff out of order, and the reason was they wanted to the reason why they show off screen or change the order is because they want to have a more cohesive experience where you're kind of seeing the same events over and over again as opposed to like cutting too much. That's why they did it here, I believe. Now, Valletta comes to talk to Ogi, And this is what I was talking about early on in the stream. We're like 3 hours in, which is crazy. But early on in the stream, I mentioned how you have these setups for certain powerful emotional moments, like this one between Ogie and Valletta. The problem is they cut out all their scenes, so there's no emotional of anything, except for the fact that she shoots him, and the other part where he calls her by the new name. I mean, if that's good enough for you, maybe, but I would have liked a lot more. It's frustrating because they cut out so many scenes for all these two together that I don't really. This scene doesn't have the same emotional weight. But I mean, it is what it is. But I would prefer not having this. We see Horai Island. This is the first time we see it. First time we see the Ikaruga either, because remember they skipped all the Chinese Federation stuff. My thought is this happened right after, not the scene, but right after R1. Everyone fled to this island. That's my theory. DTR tells Cycle to house himself or herself because we don't want to bother Zero with the internal affairs. So there's that. We see the working on the Flea warhead. So that's what's going on there. The test will determine what's going to happen. Apparently, Nully's going to move Area 11 to a satellite nation. This all that was skipped out. There's one part they don't have where Nelly reached out to Suzaku and he doesn't take her hand. What they don't show you is that she asked him about the phone call between her and Lelouch. Well, that never happened in the film, so they can't have her reference something that never happened. That's what that scene is there. Lelouch ends up the same spot he was before. He tried to use Geass on Charles, which we'll get to in a second. We see all the body count from the massacre, which, again, is an important part of the story, but not so much in this film because of Turn 19's bullcrap. Lelouch does that whole Deus Machina where he fires all the lenses to reflect the Geass power, so there's that. On to Charles. Charles pretends to kill himself, which confuses Lelouch. He's like, "Oh, I beat him," but he didn't beat him. V2 talks to C2 later on, which is here. And C2 thought that V2 liked Marion, which is absolutely not true. After Charles gets up, but they change his face a little bit here, which I guess less creepy. I don't know. We'll see. It's okay. He gets up. He tries to use more techniques. Luke tries to Geass on Charles. It doesn't work because he's immortal, which scares the crap out of him. So he falls to the ground. He says, "I can't win." Then we go right into when he shows him a thought elevator. We're now looking at C's world. C2 comes in there, explains the entire her contract. What's that? How's that supposed to work out? She's gonna die and end her existence forever in both worlds. Lelouch can't comprehend this, but C2 is like, "Look, if you don't live, if you're immortal, then you can't die, so you're not living." That's her rationale. She transports him away. We don't see the flashback for some reason. I'm not sure why they didn't show C2's flashback. Instead, we just have Lelouch saving C2. As we C2, why didn't you accept my hell eternal light and force me to? This part here is so frustrating because he didn't know she could have done that because he only learned about forcing someone to become immortal from the flashback because she saw the nun do it. Sorry. He saw the nun do that to C2. So the fact that he is asking this question implies he has knowledge he shouldn't have. So if you don't want to show the flashback, that's fine, but you can't have him ask this type of question when he doesn't know how immortality worked. He only found out through the flashback. So stupid. Okay. So eventually C2, and he tells her, when death comes, die smiling. I promise I'll make you smile. Why does he say it to her when he didn't know that's what she wanted? I don't know. Because when she is, floating here, he saves her and says, I want to find, we're going to get out of this place. We'll trap the Emperor. Tell him what your wish is. It really confusing, contradictory stuff there. The test in Texas goes well. The flay is out there and Damocles occurs. C2 wakes up with no memories. And then that happens because, she steals them away. Lelouch's kind of freaked out. We then skip a bunch of stuff from basically the first half of 16 is basically gone at this point. A couple of things they cut out. we don't see not only calls out Alicia for the bad deal to fix the ghetto. That's gone. They don't show Valletta fighting Psycho. Probably because during the dialogue, Psycho expressed that she enjoyed working with her. We never see that in the film. You know how Psycho worked with Valletta as part of the OSI? We don't see that in this film, so they can't have that dialogue, I guess. Okay, so here's what they changed. We don't Nina. There's a scene with her in the Flea. They changed that later on, so we don't have to have that one. You know, when she tells Zaku to mount it. So Zaku and Colin don't interact at all because he's the interrogator, so we can't have that scene from early on in turn 16. We don't have to see Bradley throw a dagger at Lelouch, at Suzaku, which happened in turn 16 because we already saw that earlier on. We don't have to see Bismarck or Anya introduced because we already saw that earlier on. Suzaku already met Bismarck, so remember we already got that proper introduction. They show Cornelia captured after ratification starts. You know when she was this scene here. They show this part at least. But this actually happened before they ratified the UFN, not after. I'm not sure why they showed in that order, but that was their decision, I guess. They skipped the entire getting everyone ready for the event. You know how the UFN was celebrating, Tamaki was joking about C2 being pregnant. Chiba never confesses love to Toto or even wants to. In fact, that whole subplot is not even in the entire story, which is why it's so stupid in the film Resurrection. Chiba has more connection to him. I know that in the third film, Glorification, there's one scene, but there was almost no setup for it. Again, you can't have emotional payoffs like that. The only reason why I like that scene from Resurrection is because I watched the original anime. But if you'd watch these films, it wouldn't have the same impact. So there is that. I don't know. I kind of liked these films when I first reviewed them, but now that I think about it, they're not as good as I remember. And that was only a year ago, so maybe I wasn't watching clearly enough, or maybe my perspective has changed since I know more information. I don't know. Oh, they don't show the Millions broadcast when she discusses the whole UFN significance of the voting. They don't show that scene. Okay, so now we're back to the UFN. Everything goes according to how it's supposed to be. They ratify it. One thing that is extremely confusing is here. Kaguya says that they want. Hold on, one more thing before I go to the comments. Kaguya says that the United States of Japan is under siege, so we're going to rescue them. However, there is no United States of Japan. It was gone. Lelouch never brought it back. So, again, you can't get rid of stuff if you don't remember what you got rid of in other scenes. You can't have the land appeal of the United States of Japan, but there is none. It was conquered and destroyed, and Lelouch didn't reunite it, or reinstate it. So you can't have that scene. Okay. All right. Back to read the comments. It's the Deli Boys. Bring out the tables. Okay. All right. I've been soaking this game. That's why I'm on and off here. Give me a second. I start the next one, and then I will start reading more comments. We've been going on for 3 hours, by the way. That's how crazy this film is. I don't think Glorification or Resurrection will take this long, but this film really fudged up everything. That's why we're basically dissecting this thing like if it was a corpse. That's what this is. Okay, I'm doing good. Thanks for asking. I remember that people make Lelouch and Zaku and Vita's song "Define the Gravity from the Wicked." That's kind of cool. Wait, Orpheus was doing this. Who? Sister Maribel? What? What? No. Orpheus saves her from other Japanese trying to bleep her. Orpheus is Britannian. Okay. It's the opposite. It's all tell and no show. Very true, by the way. Very true. Could you imagine the audience would have flipped out? The movie 2 ended with Lelouch winning the duel and then liberating Area 11. That would have been crazy stuff right there. Yeah, they could have done that. How long is the film? I think it's 2 hours and 20 minutes. If you want to know the exact time, give me a second here. I will tell you the exact length. Because I can pull up the stats for the video. First, I gotta find said video. That might be important. Okay, properties. The video is details. 2 hours and 12 minutes. Okay, there you go. I was off by 8 minutes. Non-fight versus Suzaku Kurugi versus Zuko from Avatar: Last Airbender. Ooh, I don't know what Zuko. I've never seen that show. I know you guys say you haven't seen Airbender. I've not seen it, guys. I'm sorry, I can't answer that question. Fun fact: in those new seasons of Zaku, he's fighting a nightmare that is from Oz Reflection. So the film really recognizes Oz. Wait, really? You mean you mean when he's in the EU? He's fighting the Oz Reflection nightmare frames. You must have great memory because I thought those were just regular EU forces. Hold on. You guys are bringing a fucking headache. Let me just move in there. Let's just go. Let's go back to where I was. I'll pull it up somewhere else. It's just like this is annoying. Hold on. Ooh, let's not show that face. That's the face that haunts the place. Okay. Let me go to another folder. I don't want to have to open like 3 of these damn things. Actually, let me close these out. And okay, let's see. There's so much crap to go through in these films, and yet there's like in there. The irony is like doesn't escape me. Okay. Libros. Are you talking about this scene? There's like he's fighting 9 frames in this scene. Let me know when you get a chance what you're talking about. Okay. Um, I thought no, I thought that was something else when they had some kind of incestual thing. I don't think that was part of the original story. I could be wrong, but I don't think it was part of the original story. I like Core knowing Luch is zero. It's kind of neat seeing other perspective of Cecile wearing that red dress for him makes me wonder about her. Cecile wearing that red dress for him still makes you. She wasn't wearing the red dress for Lelouch. The what I understood from that scene was she was actually supposed to go to a party, and they unfortunately brought. I think it was either a date or a party. They don't really state that, but that's what I understand to happen. It was a date slash party, and so they brought her into here because of this last minute meeting. She was not showing those goods for Lelouch. She was supposed to date some other guy at the time. Whoever the guy was, he was the luckiest man in the room. Anyways, agreed. It was a nice change, despite what most people think. Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah. There's someone on Reddit named Up Down Something. He's translating the whole series. I'd love to help him out if I had time. Honestly, I didn't tell you. 'Cause I didn't. I didn't feel like it. Or yeah, that classic crap. Know what the best part is. When something is done off screen, know what the best part is. I did all this off screen, so even if I don't know how I did it, all this is possible. Yeah. Oh, very true. It's very true. They had to like I don't know. They couldn't really show one scene of Lelouch with Shinkai taking over the High Eunuchs. Not even one scene. No, Colin. C2 had the most, then probably Colin, and then Chiba didn't have too many. She wore what she have? She has the traditional four holy sword thing she wore. She has 2 different Nightmare Frame uniforms. The first yellow, the second yellow. She has that apron she wore when she was cooking for Toto. She has the wedding dress from the film. She might have another one when she was trying to, make Toto look nice in that one scene. Maybe she's got 5 or 6 that I can think of the top of my head. Hey, big bro, why that big bomb in my nightmare? Luge, it's fireworks. That's good. It's like they meshed a bunch of different scenes together and have an explanation. That's exactly what they did. I'm sorry, was that English? That's exactly what they did. A small nitpick, but I don't like the float units. You can tell the airframes were designed for land just based by the artist. The Gawain's thrusters and the Gurren's wing look so much better. Yeah, I agree. I don't know if it was a design, but you could tell that it wasn't initially intended that way. So the float units kind of enhanced it. The Gawain and the Gurren looked more natural. Very true. I think I've stated that too in one of my videos. There's Shinkai. He's on the deck during the credits. Yeah, we don't see much of him, unfortunately. On the deck during the credits. What are you talking about? What credits? You mean here? Um, damn it! I tried every 30 minutes. I'm still not capturing what you guys are talking about. You'll have to tell me which scene you're referring to. Oh, here you're talking about. Okay, got it. I think maybe. Oh, really? Okay, I'm gonna find that right now. Hold on. I'm gonna go scene by scene, so I won't get. I'm sorry. Not scene by scene. What's it called? It's called like frame by frame. There we go. I got it. I figured out the first time. Okay, let's see. I'm actually really curious now. Let's take a look. Actually, I'm gonna do this just to be sure I don't get demonetized for showing the footage, even though I'm not even playing it. I'm just getting to the one scene. Let's see. Okay, where is it? All right, well, let's go shot by shot here. Okay, I'm gonna go back a little bit. These are Orais or Sarlin. I'm not sure. Let's see. Are these the ones you're referring to? They look kind of like standard to me. Okay. Okay, so there's that scene. Let me put it back here just in case. There's also let's see. Hold on. Okay, really go Chinese Federation. Okay, so then we have this part here. So he's shooting his gun. Again, I'm not sure. Is it these like traditional models he's fighting here? Those look like Glasgow or Sutherland. I'm not sure who he's fighting at that point. Oh, my bad. Turn the sound on. Okay, so don't see it there. When I'm, I thought this was a traditional EU thing right there. So is that it? I don't know. It's one of those. I probably understand. I didn't see it, but if you point out, I'll look it up later. What's the action I think it's called? Estrella, right? Let's see. Estrella. Code Geass. Are you sure that's what it was? Oh, oh, it was right here. Oh, it has like. Oh, I see. It was Estrella. That's funny. You're right. It was. It has that like Toro thing. Here's the. You guys don't look at. I'm so dumb. Here it is. Here. This is the nightmare frame. See. Here it is. And then here's the scene. I didn't know it looked like a traditional Glasgow or some or is it Glasgow or Sutherland? Sutherland. It looks like a Sutherland with like some. It's right here. That's the nightmare frame. Okay, sweet. Let's move on here. Okay. It's because they wanted her to rescue Lelouch when he died, and I guess money too. Sure. I know it's an achievement. I don't know if they could do that. It'd be kind of weird. I have actually. That's why I mentioned it. I have gotten copyright strikes. They're modified Starlins. I've been copyright strike many times. I'm not strike. I've been claimed, not strike claimed. Thank God, no strikes. Except that one moron who tried to do it, but mostly it's claims. Okay, we're almost done with the film, by the way. If you can believe it, it's been almost 3 hours. It's over 3 hours, but we're almost done. Okay. Because they can. Because copyright in Japan is not the same as copyright here. That's the difference. That's why, if you really want to know. Okay. All right. So now we are. Where are we now? Okay. So now Japan was never mentioned. We're almost done. Okay. So after Charles scares the crap out of everyone by saying, "Come and fight me, Zero," instead of Lelouch, which still confused the hell out of me, we have a whole hell Britannia, all hail Japan. Then they were in the back of the Ikaruga. Lelouch freaks out because Charles is alive. How is he going to stop him? He can't use Cornelia on Charles, even though that might have actually worked. I would have done that actually. He says if he reveals Zero that the Black Knights will be over. I don't think that's true, but that's what he believes. Eventually, he freaks out. He also claims that if he and Nelly were free, no nation would accept them, which is not true. He hasn't tried yet. He also attacks C2. But for some reason, they don't show like the good part of where they talk about friendship and stuff and her past. They just skip that whole part and go to Lelouch calling Suzaku. I absolutely did not agree with that decision whatsoever. I think this scene of Lelouch taking care of C2 is so important because when he is in his zombie form, she takes care of him. There's a good contrast or parallels, and they don't spend much time with this scene, even though this is very important. But whatever. Lelouch calls Suzaku. He says, hey, of course, he does put a bandit on her, but still, I would have liked more. They also don't discuss how she's been cut a lot of times because he goes back to the flashback, which he didn't experience. Again, I don't know why they did that. Okay, so then Suzaku talks to Lelouch. He says, "Are you Zero?" He goes, "I am," which pisses him off. He agrees to help out Lelouch if he meets up with him. They show a new scene of like the planes flying overhead. I have no idea why they added that in there. I guess it's this, by the way. I have an image of it. Um, yeah, this. This is a new scene, a new addition. Not sure why it's in there. Anyways, so he said I'll help you out. Then they show this whole. This is by the way was in stage 16, but they don't have stage 16 in this film, so they instead showed it here, which is fine. How Suzaku, Nelly, and Lelouch hanged out when they were younger. The film ends with Suzaku, how they're going to open the special administrative zone of Japan. They're going to open that up tomorrow. In the original anime, it opened up way earlier, hence the turn 8 scene. But in this film, they left way before that to the Chinese Federation. And he's on a Yuffie. He's going to do his usual stuff. And the film ends. And we did it. We got through it. 3.5 hours to go through this movie because of the fudgery that happened. One kill to Rolo. Okay. So that's that. All right. That's a sneak peek for the kill count video, which I'm working on all the time. But it's a very it's gonna be it takes me forever to work on that one because it's well it's a lot of work. Okay, next thing because I'm always on the next thing. Janissary code, and I will make this a little louder. Whew. That film, man, I have like, I have some mixed feelings about that movie. I first liked it, then I didn't like it, then I kind of liked it, but I don't know, it was pretty bad. They changed so much stuff that was unnecessary. We'll get these guys in a second. Let's first do my code link summon. I know you guys are looking forward to this one. Said no one ever. Hold on. Make sure we don't get these removed. Okay. And you know what? Wait, they're all off? Okay. Let me make myself a big screen for this. Okay. Would you say that code? Oh, let me make it bigger. Sorry. So we don't. Oh, Charles and Tamaki are new, and so is Shao. Okay, not bad. One more should be fine. We got Psycho Bradley. Awesome. Okay. All right. Let's see. Would you say Code Geass has a wasted potential of expanding lore outside the main series? Yeah, very, very, very much so. As someone I know has told me, a friend that said that like Code Geass has such a crazy but the concept is so interesting. Yeah, we don't see much expansion on it. I mean, even this game, Janissary Code, has like a bunch of new stuff involved, but they don't do too much with it, which is kind of frustrating. So yeah, I absolutely agree. Um, for the next Janissary Code game, do you mean event? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Because the next event is this one. I think Charles and Julius are important. Yeah, I agree. Oh yeah, he definitely looks great. For sure. All right, let's do a free 10. Nothing's free. But you know what I mean? A 10 something there. Oh, bad. Boo. Crap. Garbage. What a terrible summon. Okay, we'll do one more. Level 4 time. We're getting a level 4 character. For God's sake, someone I don't have. I don't care who it is. Just someone I don't have. Orpheus, Layla, Shinkai, I don't know. But please, not someone that I have. Orpheus would be so cool. Let's pray for Orpheus or Layla. Please, for the love of God, give me someone I actually want. Upgrade? Damn. Okay. Here we go. Klaus. Okay. Ah, Detard. Welcome, buddy. We don't get Detard once. You know, it's not a good summoning day. It's a good omen, too. Our level 4 time. Oh, this looks familiar. Maybe not. I can't read Japanese. Oh, it's uh well, this is Kyo's sister from Crimson the Blood Pack. She's actually a pretty good support character, but that's not what I wanted, you mother chuckers. Detard, Toto, Ogi, Valletta. How convenient, we talked about them all today. Shelly, and our 3 is Mao. Awesome. Okay. I forgot her name, but she's Kyo's sister. All right, we're done. I'm done with the 3s. Okay, now let's go to the main event. Let's start summoning this guy. Let's see how many rounds it takes before we get them. It's a pretty high percentage, but no guarantees, of course. Okay, this is a dud. Move on. Oh, V2 and Lux. Okay, nice. Again. C2? All right, we got a chance. We got a chance. Oh, she looks scared. She looks scared. That's a good sign that we're gonna get a good. We're gonna. Oh, I should say worried. Scared's the wrong word. She looks worried. We're gonna get a good summoning this time. Let's see. Oh my God, yes, we are getting a 4. Maybe 2 4s. I can't tell. There's so much light in my face. Okay, just 1 4. Charles or Julius, please. All right, Bradley. Why does this game think I like Bradley for? Because I don't. He can piss off. It's either Charles or Julius. I'm not sure which one. Um, Zio. Mm, Zio. All right, whatever. We'll take it. Oh, Tianzi. She's great. I'll take her, though. She's fantastic in the game. Zio. Really? This always happens to me. God dang Zio. I like Zio, by the way. He's a great character. My mic was unmuted for some reason. I'm not sure why. Oh, Cornelia. I just missed her. Nice. Zio. All right, again. I don't mind Zio, but like, really? Unbelievable. We're not going to go this round. Okay. Boo, you know? Upgrade, maybe? No, upgrade. All right, let's see what we get. Cornelia? I'll take all the Cornelias. I love the character. Valletta. Ogie. Detard. Klaus. Valletta. I think there's another 3 in here. Toto. Ogie. And Bradley. Yay, I love Bradley. Said no one ever. Okay. Again. Where the hell are the 4s? Oh, great, blanks. That's what I want to see. Nothing. Upgrade, maybe? Lame. Okay. You keeping track of all the detards? I think it's more than 3. Cecile. Tamaki, really? Cecile. Oh, I know. Excellent. Haven't got her in a long time. But the 5th detard? I know. I'm sorry. Futaba. I already said I know. Toto. Kaguya. Okay. She's good. Not my favorite, but she's good. Jeremiah. Definitely didn't want Jeremiah. All right, one more time. Let's keep going. This last one, though, unfortunately. I can't spend too much of my die because I won't get anything good later on. A 4, or I don't care. If there's no upgrade, I'd be so pissed. Oh my god, I don't even want to see the results of that. Fudge this game. That's all I have to say. We did 50 summons. We didn't get either one of them. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. 50 summons, and I couldn't get either Julius or Charles. Disgusting. Okay. Whatever. But I got this random thing I'll never use because that's always fun. At least I got Deetard. There we go. Positivity. Was there a question about Mex? I like Eureka 7. That was a really good one. That's actually one of the better ones. How are we doing here? Wow, we're 9 halfway. Okay. Let's sell some stuff so I can get what I want. Okay, so we're going to sell all the Vallettas. I just did the transaction. Don't remind me of the transaction. Come on, guys. This game can be really frustrating. All right, all the the Guilfreds. Okay. Next, we're going to go to the Ceciles. the seals. 50 summons. I couldn't get one Charles or Julius. I got another Zio though. I like Zio's character, but like that's ridiculous. Okay. I mean, I got a new character, which I like, but it wasn't the one I wanted. You know, like why would I get? Why would I? Whatever. The point, I don't take this game too seriously anymore. I don't play competitively. I used to, but it's just stupid. So I don't waste my time with it. I'm sure a lot of people did. It's just I'm not lucky in this game. I have to do several rounds to get even. Here's some perspective, right? I'm done. I get my face on. I'm done with summoning. It took me what 6 months to get C2, just once. It took me 6 months, I think, 4 or 6 months, I believe. You need to know anything else? It took me 6 months just to get C2. Okay, can I upgrade Zio for what I just got? The answer to that question is no. Okay, so we're done with that. Now that I got a bunch of stuff, let's go and upgrade. First, actually, hold on. Let's go to Euphemia. There she is. Her name is, I don't care. She's Kyo's sister. Where's Yuffie? There we go. How much I need to finish her off? I need 4. No, 2 actually. Okay, we'll buy 2 for her. It'll be a twofer. I'll go buy 2. Where is Yuffie's? Yuffie. Here we go. I'm gonna buy her 2. It might have been for style points. I honestly don't know. Probably the Black Knights because they're a full resistance force. The Gecko State is actually quite tiny. If this is the Black Knights before they expanded, then maybe the Gecko State. But if it's like the full-on force, then definitely the Black Knights. If you want to say like pilot versus pilot, though, now that's a different story. I think. What? How much more do we need? Huh? How much do I need to upgrade her? It doesn't even say. I have 84. Do I need 100? Huh? Is there a glitch in the game? Can I not do basic math? If these are 6 and I have 84. Oh wait, I can't do math. I need 10 more. My bad. I really can't do math. Though we're still not close to getting her there. Oh my god. Okay. I can't do math. My brain's fried. I've been talking for 8 hours straight. I'm sorry, almost 4 hours straight. Yeah, even that's not enough. We're still gonna be down by like 2. I got 2 4s. I got Zio and this new character. I still can't upgrade Zio either, but I got Zio up 1, so that's great, I guess. I think I'm still screwed on Yuffie, by the way. Let's see. Yeah, I'm still off by 2. That's almost 2 weeks to get her there. Can Lux go to the next level? Nope, not even close. Okay. I got 2 for Cornelia, but I don't think that's enough, but I'll try anyways. Cornelia, here we go. Well, I can get her next level at least. That's great. Okay. And then Jeremiah. I can't get him next level. And who else I get? Mao, I got him once. Okay. Nothing there. Nothing burger. Aino, I got her. I got 1 of her. Still not enough. No Ashley. I never get Ashley once. Nothing with him. Okay. I already checked the Lux. Oh, Kaguya. Yes. Great character. She's pretty cool. Very helpful. Okay. And oh, Bradley. I got like so many Bradleys. Theo Bradley. Okay, and I think that was all the extents of the ones I got. Oh, and Tianzi. We got one for her too, because she's really good. Okay, so I believe that is the extent of. I think I don't. Wait, what's with Suzaku? Oh, yeah, I didn't upgrade him. I don't give a damn. Okay, so we're done with that. Let's do code link stuff. It is actually the whole purse is money for sure. There's no doubt. It's free to spend your money. That's the purpose. That's the only purpose, I believe. Um, okay, let's go out one, and let's see. I believe I have another one of these code links, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, right there. All right, back up one. Let's see. Nope, that's my first Charles. I think it said it was my first Charles too. Uh, I think I have one of these. Yeah, I do. Okay. We should probably go in order of. Oh, I already had three selected. Okay. I already thought ahead. Okay. I got some of my code links. No farm mode in this game. You do have abyss mode, but I wouldn't call that farming. No, you have to do it the old-fashioned way. The old-fashioned, boring way. Okay, and then we have one more round of this. Oh, I missed that one up there. That's fine. Okay, and then sell that one out. Okay, cleared up here. Let's go to the very bottom where Jeremiah is. He's somewhere here. Where are you, Jeremiah? Jeremiah? No. Oh god, no. If I'm you guys see Purple Eyes What the Fudge? His stuff's great. He hasn't made videos in like forever, but when he used to, it was the good stuff. Alright, that's all my threes, I believe. Let's check out the new twos that I got. Don't think I got too many, but I did get some, so we'll go to twos. We got a lot of Anna Clements. She's the creator of the Alexanders, if you guys didn't know. Also, childhood friends of Layla McCall, in case you guys didn't know that either. Okay, and then one more time. Okay, that's done. Let's see, what else do we have to? I think, well, yeah, there's that one. Okay, done with that one. Out we go with that. Best new. I think this is my third Layla's. I won't keep doing this. This is kind of a boring menial task you guys don't give two fudges about, so we'll just skip that. Wait, hold on a second. Did they give me two Ogies? Oh man, why did I get two Ogies? See, I got these two Ogies, but I'm so close to Fishing Mao and Cecile. Why would you give me the Ogie? No one uses Ogie in this game. Oh, mother chuckers. Whatever. Okay. Well, since I didn't get any new characters I wanted, I guess I'll spend my XP points to move people to the next level, since in the end, nothing matters. Okay. Nihilism for the win. Okay. Let me think. I'm gonna leave things alone actually for the moment. Okay. I mean, maybe I can make Kaguya a little stronger because she's pretty good. Yeah, Kaguya. Right here. I'll put her to 90. That should be fine. Hopefully it won't take too long. 3 years later. You can't hit max because it will like put your highest items in there, and I don't want to do that at this point because I don't have to. Because you were like, why don't you use your max items? Because I don't want to do that, obviously. No one asked. I'm just being me. Okay. I don't blame you. It's like I'm doing 4 hours right now. The only American. You might be right on that because most people gave up on this game when it first came out. They're like, "Oh, this game is the worst, and it won't last a year." I mean, we're almost at a year, so we'll see what happens. For God's sakes, please, for the love of God, finish. Oh my God, 85. Okay, you're almost there. If they're improving this game and they're watching this stream, which they won't be, but if they were, guys, please, for the love of God, put a max button for each XP item type. That way, you can actually get them for each one maxed out because the max button is fudged up here in this game. Okay, one more. It's so slow. It's like painful almost. It's like this is such a painful experience to go and love your characters up. Can you imagine like working the quality assurance team of the company or even just the regular designers? Hey guys, do you think it'd be fun if the person had to spam the plus button for like 1,000 times to love their characters? Yeah, of course. That'd be a lot of fun. I do it every day. I don't know. That'd be kind of a boring experience. It might piss off the audience. I don't think so. Players expect this type of stuff. Do they really though? They like boring experiences? Yeah, they all do. They all float. I don't know, man. This seems really counterintuitive. It's not counterintuitive. You're counterintuitive. I mean, maybe, but like, this doesn't seem like a really fun experience to have to slam down the button to load my character up. You just don't understand, sir. Miracles and miracles. We did it. Renya and Toto. Without the arm. Shut up. I'm just kidding. Without the arm, I think Renya Toto wins. With arm, then I would say Renya wins. Obviously. I don't know. Some parts of it. Nothing but detards. You know, one can dream, right? It's the dream to one day summon anything but detards. Okay. What we're gonna do is once I finish, I want to level the new character up a little bit. I'm gonna use her in combat. Just to get to level 30. See how fast this goes? Originally, it's like, oh, this is pretty cool. But then the game slows down. You guys can pick the teams for my battles. That's what I wanted to do. So you guys can choose your own. Did you watch Squid Game? I did not watch Squid Game. Everyone was talking about Squid Game when it came out. I did not see it. I know about the premise, but I have not seen the movie. Sorry, it's a Netflix show. One main character under Squid Game? Sure, I could talk about it in a video. I know that everyone else was when it was popular. It may not be popular more to talk about it. I think Lelouch could survive with the Geass power. Without it, he might be screwed. I think Toto and Cornelia probably fine on their own without any abilities. They don't have any. I'm not sure what I'm talking about. Schneider will be fine. He manipulate everyone to kill themselves anyway, so don't worry about it. Let's see. Rollo, okay, no Geass involved. Suzaku would own the whole thing because he's super OP. Suzaku would definitely Lelouch and Suzaku could easily do it because Suzaku could like dodge the he's super powerful and physically capable. He could probably win all those competitions. Lelouch can form he can do the strategy behind the plan, and Suzaku could execute them. So the two of them together could probably win those Squid Games. This comes from never watching them, but just the premise. I'm glad people have jumped in here to watch me level up this character into level 30. Aye. Aye, aye, aye. This is sure taking a while. What are we talking about? We talking about practice. We talking about the game. Talking about practice, man. Look how slow this is, man. You're welcome. Now, please keep leveling up faster. I'm slamming my fist on my pinky on the left click so it'll go even faster. It's not though, but I'm trying. Red light, green light? I'm not sure. Oh, that one of the competitions? Again, I've never seen Squid Game. It was so popular when it came out. No one could stop talking about it. And then, like everything else, it went to the wayside when something better came out. Like the new toy you pick up when the old one is boring. You know, like how Andy dropped Woody for Buzz. You know, that type of thing. Come on. Come in. We're almost there, aren't we? Just for looks alone, right? That's a she would obliterate the whole thing. Okay. Finally. Maybe not. I don't know. Come on. We're almost there. Okay. Thank God. We did it. We did it. No. Go. I was like, let's go back. All right. Now I'm going to level up a little bit. Just a little bit. Like 2 rounds. That's it for both of these abilities. Okay, now what you guys can do if you want, you can submit the teams you want me to use in the battle. No, not this crap. Fudge this game. Fudge that story. Okay, I'm trying to collect orbs, so I'm not even bothering with the upgrade stuff. So let's see. I guess we'll do this one. Oh, that would be interesting. I guess they didn't think about that. Okay, so let's go back up. We'll pick a brand new. I'll just say, I don't know, a demonstration. That's a good one. All right. What do you? I have to use one specific character, but other than that, you guys can pick who I should use for this battle. I'm going to use the new person wherever she is. Where are you? There you are. Okay. And I'll give her the special. Where is it? Yeah, there it is. All right. Which one though? I have like 3 different Lucius. I have. Okay, D-Tard. Okay, we'll use D-Tard. Where is he? I don't have him level up too high, but we'll still use him. Okay, D-Tard. I'll equip him with a special D-Tarded code link. Where is his D-Tarded code link? There it is. All right, we'll use Lelouch, but you gotta say which one though, because I got a bunch. I guess we'll use traditional, so regular Lelouch. All right, that's our back row. We need an aggressor. So I don't know. What are we thinking? The strongest Lelouch. Okay, so that's probably this one here then. Since we got Zio, we'll use him, and then I gotta give him the new code link. Just to, not that one, not that way. Oh, Toto. Okay, Toto it is. We'll use Toto. Toto. All right, there we go. That's our first team. I'll give Zio the code link for. Where is it? Toto's pretty good. He's pretty good in this game. He's not the strongest character in the game, but he's pretty good. Okay. All right, here we go. We have plenty to beat this one. Okay. I'll do a couple of these because you have to play strong battles to get the daily bonuses. So that's what we're doing. Mr. Gekka. Oh, Dieter died. What a surprise. Dieter couldn't even last the first round. And he had such a co-link too. That's sad. Dieter couldn't even last the first round. That's amazing. Okay. Let's see. I'm going to swap out. Let's see. I will swap out him for Kaguya because she should be with the Black Knights, right? That makes sense. We'll do Team Black Knights, except for obviously she's not part of the Black Knights. Your story ends here. That's right. He did save the team. That's true. Lelouch always does save the team. Okay. Hopefully Kaguya can keep Dieter alive. We'll see. Dieter. Oh, he's not. Dieter's going to die. I don't think he's going to live for this. Geass Power has to save him. All right, we're going to use Dieter's special ability. You're on camera. You're on camera, bitch. What'd she do anyway? Let's see. Ooh, a dragon. And flowers. Oh, she heals everybody. That's pretty cool. She attacks people with music. Very interesting. Who's a good wave clearer? Oh, Colin, easily. Colin's good. Let's see. We're gonna go out here for a second. Colin is very good, and so is I'm trying to think. Colin's pretty good. I'm trying to think who else is a good clearer. Colin, Lelouch, they're pretty solid. I'm trying to get orbs, but the problem is I want something else too. So it's like I wanted that code link where you can like it's with Colin on there and she's like drinking the water or the juice. I'll show you the one I'm talking about. No, not that one. No, not that one. Where's Colin drinking the juice? No. 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 And no. Okay, next round. Where's the one where Colin is drinking that juice? No. There's a guide. I'm too lazy to look it up. That's how much I give a crap. But where's the one where Colin, she's drinking something? No, that's C2 again. C2 again. That's the Siegfried. Siegfried. The Friends. I know it's here. Unbelievable. Where is it? Unbelievable. I remember being in. Where is it? All right, let's try the last level. There it is. See, she's drinking something. That's the one I was looking for. All right. Let's go to the lowest level because it's the cheapest, but that's the one I was looking for. When will Zero Capture come out? I heard 2052. So hopefully we'll all be alive by then. Jokes aside, I don't know. Probably next year. But I don't know. I'm not sure where they're even at with the filming. I mean, we've heard like nothing from the film. I mean, I'm sorry, the animation production. I don't know why I said film. You don't ask. Okay, let's bring in Colin since she is OP City. I'll switch out Kaguya for the back row because that's where she belongs. There we go. Oh, wait, no. Toto should be there. There we go. That's much better. Kaguya should be in front of, I forgot her name. Ruki, I think her name is Ruki. I don't know. Could be wrong. I don't think she wants that. Um, she doesn't want that code link. We should give her the aggressive one for attackers. Not that one. The other one. Yes. Shinkei, baby. Okay. Let's go. Why bother? In this world, there's no need to do it because everyone knows he is Zero. Because this universe is so messed up. Um, I don't know what's gonna be released, unfortunately. How frequently show up some in the game? For me, it's been really frequent. Most people, not so much. I get them all the time because I don't want to get them, but I get them. I miss Toto's like his a little thing he does there where he meditates before he goes into battle. It's cool. That was kind of a cute little spin and Kagi does when she wins. I like that. Yep. Rookie's level 2 now. We're gonna do no, not that. Sorry. We're gonna do a full Chinese Federation. So we're gonna have let's see. Where is he? Where's Louis? Where's Louis? Oh, there he is. We're gonna have Louis, his wife to be, Kigisa, if I can find her. We're gonna have Kyo. Where are you, Kyo? Kyo. Kyo. And we're gonna have with his sister, Ruki. And then we'll have Kage in the middle. No, we'll have Tianzi because she is Chinese, but she's not part of this generation. Oh, this is gonna be all Chinese Federation or Chinese only, I guess. In the most non-racist, racist way, I guess. I don't know. It's a character from that Crimson of Blood pack. There we go. My camera died. Awesome. There we go. I'm back. Yay. Okay. We're gonna cut this short because it's already it's been 4 hours. Oh my god. Normally I would I'd spend more time doing this, but unfortunately, because it's been like 4 hours, I can't like next week if the stream doesn't go on for too long, then I will definitely do more battles where you guys can pick who I use. But for now we gotta kinda cut this short, so I fudged up there, but it's okay. I meant to do something else. Oh, I also fudged up because I was supposed to use the um That's okay. We could still kind of salvage it a little bit. I'm sure I got something from the 60. Yeah, there we go. I got enough. Okay. I forgot to take out Suzaku for actually not Suzaku. Uh yeah, him for her. Okay, let's go click my winnings. That's a lot of stuff and a lot more to go. Okay, I'm gonna go and just do the dual mode and then we'll call it probably. There we go. Yay, I got S rank. Who cares? All right. Oh, before I do that, poop. Go back. Go back. My patience knows no bounds. Okay, who's the okay? Oh, perfect. Shields and pawns. You got S rank? Yeah, I usually get S rank. That's not that special anymore, honestly. But yeah, I get S ranks. Pretty easy stuff, honestly. Basic, but still good. Um, okay. So pawns work, huh? Okay, so we'll use some pawns in this. Because if you guys don't know, Shirley is a pawn, and so is Kaguya. So I'm thinking, let's put her in there as a support character. And let's see, we'll move her to the back. The back. We'll bring Colin in this. I'll give her the advanced code link. Is there a taunt in this game? None that I know of, except for when you don't get what you want. That's a big taunt, but that's not what you meant. So I'm going to go with no on that one. The game might be a whole taunt to itself, but again, probably not what you were asking. And I'll put her in the front lines. Okay, cool. This should be a fun team. We got some pawns going on here. C2 is pretty good, actually. I don't know if at 3 she'll be sufficient, but she's pretty powerful. Her shields have been very helpful in my case when I use her. Watch us get killed here. It's going to be awesome. Come on, Colin. Do it. Come on, Shirley. Boost them up. Let's do it. Yeah, we won. Okay. Were you just... Did you just make the attack one person? You can't control what you do in the game during these battles, if that answers your question. You basically have to just watch and hope the guy you picked the right team. I'm not even joking. There is no control whatsoever of your characters. You have to just pray you picked the right team. I wish it wasn't like that, but it's like that. So here we are. I hate all these teams, honestly, to go against. We could probably beat this one. It's not. This person's very underprepared. It's a B level, so that might affect my S rank. But I don't know. I need an easy win here because I've been having a lot of problems lately winning in this game naturally. I say it's easy win, and we're gonna get destroyed probably because I could totally predict these outcomes because the game's logic is logical. There we go. Do. Ah, God hates Suzaku. There's the crazy Suzaku. I never got him either. This might be harder than I thought it was. We still won, but it was a little more resistance than I was expecting. I'm gonna put not only for the last one. That should probably help us win one more battle here. Do 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 do. Yeah, we can probably beat this one if I put Nunnally in there. I hate these troll teams. They're so obnoxious. Okay. Anyways, I'm gonna go in. 4 people, all under leveled. Yeah, no thanks, dude. Okay, let's put a Nunnally in there. Bam. This should be a fun team. Bring on the Bam. I love the Bam. Let's do this. Do 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 do. How did I get that immediately? The fudge? Oh, that was weird. Yeah, we're gonna lose this battle. Yay! I love losing. Bring on the Bam. No, we were winning. Oh, I thought we were gonna lose that one. I think we won this. Geez, that was close. I thought we just lost that in an instant. Okay, I guess we did not. I thought we were about to get destroyed. Turns out we did the destroying ourselves. So there you go. 23. Perfect. We're on our way to an S rank, which we will never get to. Hip hip hooray. All right, one last thing before we end the stream. I'm going to you like this guy? This is C2's like dream. It's just C2 and a bunch of cheese codes. I don't know if you guys think this is funny or not. I think it's hilarious. I'm even going to take a picture of this. 1 second. C2 is like dreams come true. Okay. What I actually wanted to do is everyone in Chinese Crimson Blood Pack only. Where's Kigisa? There we go. Got them all for what it's worth. Anyways. Okay, 4 hours is enough time. I'm tired and I got stuff to do. Not that I don't like doing this, but 4 hours is kind of long. All right, guys, thanks for tuning on the stream. Next week, we're going to do the 3rd film. The week after that, the 4th film. And then we're going to start going through the Code Geass manga. How exciting is that? And hopefully I got some good videos coming out this week, too. Anyway, guys, thanks for partaking in the stream, and I'll see you guys next week.